A minute ago? Damn, you must be sick of me then. Just saw my video and here I am live in your face. Crazy. Crazy. Why is this such a bop right now? God damn. Okay, I gotta stop it. Oh man. Good evening. Vibing now. I mean, I'm feeling kind of good. I'm feeling kind of good right now. Mostly because I found my shirt. So hold on. If you guys can see, I bought this shirt. At Pasadena Anime Con like 3 years ago, and I love it. It's like a little heavyweight, but I love the artwork. Obviously, it's Toji from Jujutsu Kaisen, and I couldn't find it. I could not find it for years. I thought I had gone like a trip afterwards, and I thought I had left it with like my at like the hotel I stayed at. And then I asked my friends, I was like, "Hey, did you happen to pick up a Toji shirt?" They're like, no. And I was so sad that I bought another shirt that you guys have seen me wear before. That is not like this, obviously. But I deep down was like, damn, I really like that shirt. And then today, I'm looking for something completely separate. Thank you. I'm looking for something completely separate, and I find it just there. I was like, no way. So even though there's a little bit of a heat wave going on in California, I was like, I gotta wear it. Just so I know how it feels like again. And it still fits pretty good. That's why I'm in a good mood today, honestly. I fucking hit the gym today and I feel exhausted. Amazing. You know what? Good. I also went to the gym. I actually came to the gym around 3:30 and I stayed there until like 5:36. Came here, showered, got on stream. That's always how it works. We look for other shit. I know. I was hunting. I was legit, not even joking. I was a little depressed because I was like, look how cool, look at this shit. And this is someone's artwork. This wasn't like official Jujutsu Kaisen licensed stuff. Someone drew this. And I was like, oh, I want to support them. So I bought it. I'm so glad I can find it again. Maybe I got to go to more conventions now. Buy some more shit. I know WonderCon's happening, but it's happening too soon. It's happening like next week, and I didn't buy tickets. So I can't go to WonderCon. A little too close. Wait, yeah, WonderCon is like literally, it's in Anaheim is in like March though, right? Yeah, March 27th to it's literally next weekend. So yeah, I can't go there. But yes, hi. Thank you guys who are here so far on a Thursday night. Don't know what time it is for you guys. It is currently 7:09 p.m. The Lakers are playing the Heat, and they are currently up 7 with 6 minutes to go. So hopefully we can pull this off. But it is 83 degrees. Well, actually, it is 82 degrees. Feels like 82 degrees. And we have an extreme heat warning that is remaining to effect until tomorrow, 8 p.m. Jesus, dude. Oh, but it's going to cool down during the week. Oh, thank God. Tomorrow's supposed to be 93. Then Saturday, 84%. Or 84, then 86, then 85. Okay, yeah. We're definitely cooling down. You recently found your Chainman shirt? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. How do you feel about farming sim games? I hate when people refer to farming sim games as cozy games. I have never played a farming sim game in my life. So I cannot give you any point of reference other than I have never. It's 10 and indie? Oh, dang. See, I try to find a time where it works most for people, but it just doesn't happen. Oh shit. Life is Strange reunion releases next Friday. I know. Which is why. Which is why tomorrow I'm doing a special stream. Tomorrow I'm going to be streaming way earlier than usual. I'm talking like noon or 1 p.m. and I'm just gonna raw dog Life is Strange double exposure. Just gonna fucking power through it because I have my day off tomorrow, so we have some time to just play some games. 1010 in Connecticut. I had no idea you guys were so far away. Kind of makes me feel sort of special that you guys will tune in when you're like, it's 10 o'clock. I have work tomorrow morning, and here you are. I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys fucking with me the long way. You know what I mean? Because I'll tell you, I will tell you, there are some times where I'm just like, not like it gets to me, but it's like there's sometimes I'm just like, damn, I have a lot of opposition. I have a lot of ops, which is crazy to think. Such a small account. I'm in California too. I know what anyone else is. I'm in California. Living in East Coast is murder. When West Coast you would think. I know. I legit try. I do try to stream at a reasonable ish time, but I legitimately don't know where half my audience. Like I'm looking as I talk right now. I'm literally looking at the analytics, um, and it doesn't tell me exactly where people are. It just says like what time would be best for posting, watch time, age, gender, and then like it would just say like United States, but it doesn't say like where. There's no more detail than that. But according to this, oh my god, there's people in South Africa who watch my stuff. That's crazy. That's crazy. United States, obviously the most, then Canada, the UK, so English speaking countries, right? First time viewer and Oh No Alex fan. Love your content. Thank you. Also, the last digits look familiar, but no, that was Maestro. I have a question for you though. Not to put you on the spot, but kind of putting you on the spot. What is the overlap between me and Oh No It's Alex? Because people come in my stream and tell me he puts me on his stream, but he's mostly disagreeing with me. So I'm just curious, like, but no, but for real, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. A lot more than you think. Oh, okay. Maybe I've seen the wrong videos because I thought people were hating on me, but that's fair. That's fine. Oh my god, there's some people. I'm so sorry, you guys. I just look at the audience, like where they're from. There are some people, even for like 900 views, I have 944 people in Brazil watched me. That's that's crazy to me. In Brazil, 100 people in Romania watched me. That's insane. Holy shit, 13 people in Israel watched me. Those 13 people hate me for sure. Those 13 people hate me. Absolutely. What's the gender breakdown? We think it's still men. Oh, let's see. What is the gender break? Hello from Compton. Hell yeah. My California people out here. West Coast, Best Coast. But you guys are all great too. Okay, age and gender. Oh shit, yeah, it's mostly men. Oh, 91.8% men, 7.6 percent female, and 0.7 user specified. So yeah, that is oh man. Oh man. But I'm a big hit. I'm a big hit with the 25, 34-year-olds. That makes so much more. Hey, I'll show you guys this. I can show you guys this. Nothing revealing here. But check this shit out. BB's watching. How? He's dead. The very thing I'm one of the 20 women that watch or something. I know. That's crazy. You would think with all this shit people say about me, how I'm constantly being called, which I don't think is negative, but I'm constantly being called like gay or male feminist or a simp and all these things. You would think I'd have a large female base, but I don't. I am absolutely crushing it with the 25 to 34-year-old demographic. Stay dunking on Andy. It's unfortunate he has your name. Listen, you don't gotta tell me it's down his neck. I do that shit for love of the game. I do that shit for love of the game. If Andy Pants Gaming has 0 haters, it's because I am not only dead, but my soul has been trapped in a phylactery in which no one can resurrect me, even if they know my true name. Hello, Big Jer. Wait, so I am. You know what, though? You know what I can confidently say at the very least? My audience are adults. My audience are not little children. They're not 13, 17-year-old. They're mostly adults. I'm trying to crack into that 65 demographic though. 0.1%. Come on. They're not showing this shit at the old folks home. They're not. You guys aren't retired and watching my shit. That's crazy. I gotta crack into that 55 to 64-year-old demo. Here nervously while BTS comes back in 2 hours. Wow. Just using me for BTS. Oh, a bunch of shit just popped up from Epic, Death Stranding 2, Crimson Desert. Okay, you guys. Normally, this is the part of the stream where we're like, we're gonna play games, yada 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 yada. But can I be real with y'all? I have Lakers want to win? Come on. I have been holding it in for like a couple of days now. Get the youngers into time to use crop porn from good thumbnail. Now the young ones aren't ready for me yet. It's like Back to the Future, where Morning Fly's like you guys aren't ready for that, but your kids are gonna love this. Okay, but your recent videos based. Thank you. Honestly, you guys, I was a little concerned that my recent video would not go over well, and not in terms of like view count, because that's fine, but in terms of the people it would attract. Like, I'm pretty sure that video is going to end up on like the worst part of Reddit. So I was sort of bracing for that. I was bracing for a bunch of like basically what I got on my Twitter comment section. But so far so good. And you guys seem to be responding very well to that. So again, and y'all know me, I'm not afraid to voice my opinions, which is why today's stream is going to be a lot of me voicing my opinion. Because I am fed up. I am fed up. Your Twitter was wild. I know. I had so many people. I had so many pedophiles on there. And I lost my mind. That's why I did that video. I was terrified that I was gonna, like, sometimes I'm afraid that the stuff I talk about is gonna put me on some sort of list. Completely honest. Like, oh, that's right. If you guys are new here, I sometimes like to have a mystery drink. And you'll never know what it is. You'll never. It's just water. But I think it looks cool that I'm just holding my background. Damn, that green screen is coming in fucking hard. God damn. I'm getting distracted. By the way, if you're new here, I may or may not have severe ADHD. But what I really want to talk about today is Nvidia and Crimson Desert, and then how to do reviews. Those are the big things that have been stuck on my brain for the last like 4 days. So, and you want to know how I'm actually being serious about talking about this shit? I have the tabs ready to go. Look. I have, I'm going to not show this tab because there's my stuff in here. I have actually got the tabs ready. We are ready today. We are not just flying in, no plan. We got 80% of a plan going right here. Yes, we are. Because this is how my brain operates. Like, I will have video ideas that I'll just completely scrap because something's annoying the shit out of me. And if I don't get it off my chest, I will explode. I will explode. There's this theme called Small More. No, I'm not. I'm not usually like this, but it isn't the first time I've had stuff prepared. Usually, to be fair and balanced, I usually do have stuff prepared. I just think of something else to do. I just think of something else to do in the meantime. And then I get distracted. And then I stop what I was going to do and I do something else. But this time, we are focused. And the reason we are focused, Lakers are 3 wins. I'm still locked in. Beaton's coming back to TTVN prepared a stream. Nature is healing. Yes, this is a prepped stream somewhat. But the reason why this is prepped is because this shit's been bothering so much that literally at work today, all I could think about was coming home and streaming. That's why if you guys saw my community post, I said we're definitely streaming today. Because if I didn't stream tonight, I would literally explode. You would see my face in a million pieces. This is what it's like covering Ranting for Vengeance's new video. Here's a new video. I feel weird covering him because I'm 90% confident he's like 15 or 16. And you guys know how I get when I actually review these people. And I feel like I did one video on him and I said I wouldn't do another one because I'm like, he's a kid. And I think my points will still stand no matter how many times. But okay, so first things first. We're going to go from things that are annoying me the least and then things that are annoying me the most. So the least right now, we are going to get into it right now, is Nvidia's DLSS 5. Luca's been divorced and he's in bond now. That's what I'm talking about. Don't distract me. Okay, so Nvidia, in case you guys didn't watch my video, which let's be real, of course you did, because you guys love me. You love me so much. You watch all my stuff. But in case you don't love me, Nvidia put out a trailer for just complete dog shit. I'm going to let Nvidia show you what this trailer was, okay? This is the one thing I didn't have planned as a video. I did have planned as a talking point though. So this is Nvidia's, and we're not going to play the music because I did it in my video and I got clapped. But here is what Nvidia thought we would want to see. No music. Oh my God. All right. This is what they thought that we wanted. This Instagram ass, clearly AI generated filters. Mind you, as you're seeing this, granted, this is on the 5090, which most people can't afford, but it's on 2 5090s. So while you're watching this thinking, oh, at the very least, yeah, this looks like hot ass on top of garbage, you would need 2 5090s to run this. 2 5090s to run this. One of them does the post-processing or whatever, and the other one handles the actual filter shit. We need a full analysis. Look up Max's video. Oh, I already saw Max's video. But this is what Nvidia thought we wanted, right? People can clown them for this, but the tech is legitimately cool. Here's the thing, though. It doesn't matter if the tech is cool if what it's used for is ass, right? It's like deepfakes. Deepfakes, from a technical standpoint, is an amazing feat. But deepfakes was released in a state where there were no guardrails for anything, and people were just making adult videos of random streamers. Atriarch, who worked for Twitch in the past and was had connections to people like Pokemon and Cutie Cinderella, had a folder of deepfakes of them, and it was a whole thing. I covered it a while ago about the whole thing, but deepfakes were just released onto the world with no sort of safeguards. Not even laws against using deepfakes of other people committing acts they wouldn't normally commit. Just nothing out there. But the tech is cool, but look at the use cases for it. If they would have just using deepfakes in just like high level productions, like a TV film, I wouldn't have as much as an issue with it. But the fact that they just release it to the public so they can get basically a bunch of beta testers to use it without any safeguards is disgusting to me. But like, even with this right here, right, with Nvidia's, all they're doing is, first off, they're AI generating what they think the image should look like, and they're giving it all the same bullshit lighting to the point where it doesn't even match the scene. He's still friends with Ludwig? That's crazy. To where it doesn't even match the scene. So it's like, yeah, the technology may be impressive, but it looks worse. Like, this is, if I can use gaming examples, this is like motion controls. Do you guys remember a game called Lair? It was a PS3 launch title. It uses the 6-axis motion controls. That was supposed to be like, oh my God, look at this new technology. Or Microsoft Kinect, look at this new technology. But its implementation was ass. It doesn't matter how good a piece of technology is. If it's not implemented correctly, it won't work. Even if it works on the technical level. We've had devices, I'm going to age myself here, but when the iPod came out, Microsoft released the Zune. The Zune, from a technical standpoint, was just as good as the iPhone, if not possibly better. But it was implemented in a terrible way. So it didn't do well. And like this is what Nvidia put out. Like, it's just the same lighting on everything, without any regards of light sources or anything like that. Just the same lighting. Yeah, this is basically I Ask Grok. And again, I understand from a technical standpoint, yes, it is quite amazing to do this in real time, even though it requires the use of two 5090s and who knows how much power to draw from your system. But this is what Nvidia put out. And a lot of people didn't like it. And I was surprised because I read that there were people who, and from Nvidia, right, who were saying that, oh, we're going to have the approval of all these people. Capcom's on board, Ubisoft's on board, all these people are on board, all these companies are on board. So this is just going to happen. It's just a future. But then, like a day later, we found something interesting. And what I found what was interesting was Nvidia did this shit by themselves. Nvidia did not have permission. This is coming from Insider Gaming. Nvidia CEO says gamers are completely wrong about DLSS 5. So a lot of this was cope, was a backlash to what happened when they released it. And so the CEO, his first thing is, well, first off, they're completely wrong. Cue the Principal Skinner meme. The reason for that is because, as I've explained very carefully, DLSS 5 fuses the controllability of geometry and textures and everything about the game with generative AI. No one was confused about this. We all said it looks like dog shit because it's using generative AI. We know it's using generative AI. He said developers can still fine-tune the generative AI and that it's not post-processing. It's not post-processing at the frame level. It's generative control at the geometry level. He's just repeating himself. He's saying, you guys don't get it. You're mad, I understand, but you're mad at the wrong thing, dummies. We're not using some sort of post-processing. We're using generative AI. And we're like, yeah, dude, we know it's generative AI. We can fucking tell this is generative AI. This is Gen AI. We know. We can see that. And then, but the big point to me here was developers didn't fucking know they were doing this. Speaking with developers and artists at studios that have agreed to use DLSS5, including Capcom and Ubisoft, Insider Gaming was told that the tech was revealed to them at the same time as everyone else. We found out at the same time as the public, one developer said. Developers at Capcom told Insider Gaming that the announcement and the publisher's involvement were particularly shocking, as Capcom has previously been historically very anti-AI, with projects such as Resident Evil Requiem and other unannounced projects in development. Some at the publisher feared that the DLSS5 announcement could prompt a change in the publisher's view on Gen AI and its implementation in games. So rather short article, I know, but effectively, Capcom especially was like, we don't like this. We didn't agree to this. And what I found interesting about this is I had retweeted an article, or not article, a post from the Ubisoft team, and I tried to find it today for today's stream because, you know, I'm preparing, and it wasn't there. Like look, this tweet that says post unavailable, this is from Ubisoft. Like, they were trying to get in on the whole making fun of the DLSS 5 by doing, like, you know, on and off. And I wrote, didn't y'all sign off on this? And the post unavailable. You click on it. This page doesn't exist. Try something else. So Ubisoft deleted their post because apparently they weren't even aware that they were going to be doing this at the same time. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me that Nvidia can be like, the gamers, look at, I'm on the side of the gamers this time. What a day today, huh? They can say the gamers were wrong. We're all wrong about this. And yet Ubisoft deleted their tweet about this. And on top of that, Digital Foundry had to put out a video, which basically was like, we still like the tech, but we should have waited, which I'm like, it seems like you're trying to have your cake and eat it too. Ultimately, I still think Digital Foundry are great. They do really good in-depth reviews on technology, but they had a misstep here, in my opinion. And they're trying to like kind of do both at the same time. But even DF was like, damn, maybe we should have, because no one liked this. No one liked this. Besides, again, a lot of the AI bros who were like, hell yeah, this is going to be the future. This is how everything should look. Like, no one else liked this. No one else liked this. There is such strong. Oh, hold on. Lakers are. Oh, we're about to win. Lakers win. 8 games in a row, baby. Let's go. W for my team. But there's so many people who just don't fucking like this. And so I'm going to show you guys this Kotaku article, which I know is woke trash, but you know, I'm also woke trash. We spoke to game devs, and all of them hate DLSS5. What the fuck, Nvidia? Exactly. A misguided attempt at realism. I think I'm tired of saying DLSS5. So I'm going to just say Nvidia. I think Nvidia is the perfect example of the disconnect between what we as developers and gamers want and what the nasty freaks who are destroying the world and consolidating our wealth into the hands of the few using GPUs think we want. Cullen Dwyer, gameplay tech lead design at Doinksoft. God damn, Cullen. Holy shit. Coming out hot. I like that. Smash HT is the only one loving it alongside David Jaffe. Of course, dude. David Jaffe is like a broken clock, bro. Like, he's a rather interesting person. But this is the kind of hatred I need developers to have for this shit. Because ultimately, it is not, I know people try to say it's a useful tool, but ultimately this is going to be used to replace you. Like, I feel like there's doing too much in one. A good mod or lighting preset has limited scope to keep things feasible. Yeah, like here's the thing. I'm not some sort of Luddite, right? I'm not, oh my God, technology is bad. I use AI. We all do. I don't use like generative AI or chatbots, but when I use my thumbnails, I use Canva to like smart click things out and like delete things for me. That's an AI working. I use AI for like probably my maps. Like I'm not against the use of AI. However, as you guys know, they never want AI to just be a supplement. They want it to be replacing. It's always a replacement of. Amazon fired like 30,000 people because they thought AI could do their jobs. And then the AI started deleting shit. So they had to bring people back to look over it. They always use AI as a replacement tool. It's useful for those who have capital. You thought we were going to go a stream without talking about capitalism? Get fucking real. It's useful for those with capital because they can increase their bottom line, right? If they have to pay less people and can still have productivity, that's what they're going to do. AI to them is a wet dream because they don't have to fucking pay robots. Although the maintenance cost for AI is way higher and they've invested billions of dollars in AI and there's been actually no positive impact in the market in terms of growth. But I digress for now. They always want to use AI to replace the people who are working. Like, I'm not against using AI to upscale a game. I'm not. And I'm sure a lot of artists aren't against that either because that's tedious work, right? And it's still their artwork. They're just upscaling it. But to be like, here's your face model and we're just going to kind of do whatever we want to it, well, now you're destroying my artistic integrity. To this day, I follow that comment in this video that said it should say a tool, not replace the artist. Listen, that's a sentiment I can get behind. But we all know it's not used. Its intention is not to assist the artist. Its intention is to replace the artist. That's why it was trained on stolen artwork to generate images. Because artists aren't this conglomerate, right? It's not like it's just this entity that has one style. So how can it be useful? A tool is useful because a tool has specificity. A hammer is a good tool because it's used to hammer nails and things in place. But you cannot use a hammer to, open a car door unless you are breaking the window. But you can't use a hammer to start a car. That's what keys are for. You don't use, a hammer to undo a bolt. That's what a wrench is for, or like an electric tool. But tools have specificity. This is not specific. It generates random images based off a prompt. Presenting this technology under the DLSS name, thereby implying it would be the default and standard, is insulting and scary. And my immediate knee-jerk response is, thank fucking God I make 2D games. If I have to make a 3D game, I'm writing a software renderer. Fuck Nvidia. Fuck these ghouls. I love this energy. Andy Sandagata, I hope I said that right. Toko Talkie, besides DLSS 5's troubling tendency of yassifying faces, he was worried that this tech would interfere with artistic intent. Aside from the obvious aesthetic issues, they said, one of the other big problems is how DLSS 5 basically sucks the personality out of any artistic choice the devs have made by averaging out guesses of what it thinks things should look like. Like you're never going to get the devs' actual intent with this thing turned on. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Have I not been saying that like the entire time? Have I not been saying that this shit gets rid of the artistic intent of developers? It's nice to see developers also thinking that too. God damn, I'm on a vindication streak, I feels like. Oh, and Lakers won. Oh, come on. Oh, we're doing good. And I found my shirt. Oh my God. We are everything's coming up Millhouse. But no, look, Lakers won. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, baby. Another developer, Solid Plasma, shared their similar fears. It feels like a misguided attempt at realism, a style that I personally feel is a dead end. And attempting to make characters appear more human, it removes everything original about the designs, and more often than not, whitewashes them. Yes, like this is exactly what I'm talking about. On YouTube, former Red Dead Redemption 2 developer Mike York reacted negatively while watching the reveal video. His concerns were also about how drastically it changed the intent of the devs and artists who made the original game. Whoa, hold on. No, 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 no. What a what a quote. Oh God, oh God, oh God, please no, please stop, please stop. This isn't just some lighting, dude. What the fuck? I'm telling you, this is a complete AI re-render. You're no longer looking at the game anymore. Does this make sense? This is scary. This is nobody wants this. Oh my God. I love this article already. Something I encountered while listening to devs speak about this is that many of them aren't even sure who this is for. And as pointed out by other devs, Nvidia is fueling the AI data center craze that is leading to PC parts getting more expensive and harder to buy, which in turn means far fewer people will even be able to enjoy DLSS 5 when it rolls out. The average gamer is unable to afford the hardware that will make DLSS 5 a reasonable offering, said Dwyer. In pursuing photorealism, or whatever they think this slop abomination is, they have created an ecosystem where the most economically viable game is the one that can run on low-end hardware. Low-poly indie PS1 horror games stay winning. What the fuck, Nvidia? Nobody wants this. Posted Dusk and Iron Lung creator David Ziemansky. I'm said it right. Sorry, on Blue Sky. And that's the main. That's always been. We don't have to read the whole article because it's just people saying what I've been saying. But yes, even if the technology is quote unquote good, its use case is always dog shit. And if you guys have been a real fan of mine, you know that I have a whole video talking about the game industry's pursuit of realism and how that should not be the end all be all focus. This is an artistic endeavor, right? Game design is an artistic endeavor. Artistry is not a specific style. Having things look more realistic does not make it a better game. In fact, a lot of games stand out because of their art style and art direction. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think Fortnite is as popular as it is if it looked like a generic, like, Unreal Engine game. Like, if everything starts to look the same, they blur together and you are lacking in diversity. I know there are certain people in the gaming space who hear the word diversity and want to shit themselves. They're probably molding in their rat or roach infested house right now. But diversity does not just mean black people, does not just mean gay people in everywhere. Diversity means different options visually, by genre, by sound, by whatever. But if everything looked like Red Dead Redemption 2 is a technical marvel, it is a fantastic looking game. If every single game looked like Red Dead Redemption 2, you would be bored. There's no visual flair. There's no, distinction between the games. Vampire Survivors won't be as popular. Exactly. You have so many games that pop off a lot because of their visual style. You know what comes to mind? Marvel Rivals. If Marvel Rivals looked just like Overwatch, I do not think it pops. I do not think it pops off. Because it does not fit the game. It'd be too, it would have, honestly, it would have the Concord problem, where Concord's art direction and its art style did not mesh. Its art direction leaned more towards a deadlock, but they wanted to look more like a middle ground between like Overwatch and like Unreal. So you had this like uncanny valley looking characters who didn't look very appealing. But look at Deadlock. Deadlock's visual style makes me want to play it. And I'm not even into those games like that anymore. But look at Deadlock. Just just look. I'm gonna put the safe search on because I know people are fucking freaks. But just look at the art style. Look at the art style. Oh, that's Valorant. Deadlock game. I should do Deadlock game. But even Valorant has a really good art style. But if you look at this, right, you can tell. I mean, obviously, there's a big ass like symbol here, but you can tell if you look at these designs, you can tell this is Deadlock. You don't have to. You don't have to guess. You can tell what game this is without guessing. You can tell by its visual style. And yeah, there's Cuphead. There's Mouse PI coming out. There's there's what was it, Killing Aces? Fallen Aces, a game I've been hoping that gets updated. Look at that. Does this look like any other game you've seen in recent history? Would you get confused? Would you confuse Falling Aces with, like, I don't know, what's another MSim game? Like fucking Myst or Thief? No. Because look at that art style. Look how different it looks. I wish it worked. I wish it worked at the texture model level instant remaster kind of retouch. Yeah, I also wished it worked in that level, but it won't because they want to change everything. Portal's art style, distinct. Like so many of these games look good. Dispatch, like someone said before, Cuphead, Hades. All these games have their own visual identity. Now, if we give everything the yassified AI fucking slop filter, you take away the style. You take away the visual fidelity. You take away the personality. Games have personality. If you make them all look like, if every game, fuck it, let's do it. If every game looked like High Guard, if every game looked like this, right? That would be boring. That would be boring. If every game looked like Concord, that would be boring. But do you see what I mean? Why'd it go away? Reload. But do you see what I mean when I say it's not the art style, but the art direction that ruins Concord's appearance? Because they're trying to go for like semi-realism when they should have went fully into abstract. If you go to Concord character designs, like their actual, I should say concept art. No, not the fuck character. There you go, concept art. Like if you look at the concept art, right? This they should have gone, and I've said this before, they should have gone in the Deadlock direction. Like these designs are actually fucking sick. These are actually awesome designs. These are great designs. The art style is fantastic, but the art direction did not match these designs. If this was more like look at this shit. These are good designs. But again, style and direction did not match. Yeah, I feel bad for the character artists because they did actually good work. They did actually good work. But again, it just didn't work out. But yes. Well, like, even look at this. Like, again, such good concept art. Such good concept art. Oh, someone just subscribed. Hell yeah. But now I'm gonna get distracted. But yes, like this is something that has its own identity. But then if everything becomes this though, right? When you're trying to go for realism, Concord has a more. This is more of a realistic approach. Realism. The paths look at they weight, have weight to them. They're faded. They're not really oversaturated. Everything's kind of a dullness to it. Nothing pops because they went for a realistic approach. If everyone did realism, we would get boring shit. Again, look at Deadlock. This shit pops. Like the screen, like these characters pop off the screen. Everything's more vibrant. It looks more alive than Concord does. It looks more alive than anything else. Same thing with Overwatch. Overwatch looks more alive. Marvel Rivals has vibrant colors. People like that shit. Like, do y'all remember? Dude, I don't think I've ever seen a single video or stream just pop up my community post. That's crazy. That's crazy. Realism is still cool. I'm not saying realism isn't cool. What I'm saying, though, is if we were to consolidate everything to just be realistic, it gets boring. Realism absolutely has its place in gaming. Of course it does. It's a valid art direction. But not every game needs that. Realism is not photorealism. I mean, you're splitting hairs at this point. It's still realism, right? Yes. And photorealism is a subset of that. But regardless, what I'm saying is Nvidia's DLSS 5 is taking games that look like Deadlock and want to make them photoreal, which makes them uncanny. Like, that's the point I'm getting at. We don't need that. That doesn't fix anything. Like, look at this shit. I don't know if you guys saw this part where it was trying to fix Oblivion, the remaster. And it looks like ass. Let me go to. Like, look at this shit. Like, this is Starfield, right? Oh, thank you for the follow. Like, this is Starfield, how it normally looks. It looks like it's in the game. And then this shit, like, where'd the lighting go? It just, everything's higher contrast. There's no atmosphere. It's just, oh, let's just fucking make up the lighting. We have one light source, and it's all the same light source. But the worst one is Oblivion. Look at this shit. This feels more like, oh, okay, I'm just sort of like medieval fantasy. It's a little bit grungy, a little bit dirty. There's atmosphere. There's intentional lighting here. And then DLSS 5 on is like, what if we just wash everything out, actually? Who's this guy? Horrific. Okay. Looks better. And then it's like, horrific. Horrific. Like, what? Where are you looking? Because they can't do eyes. Yeah, it's basically like, so this is, you guys can see I have like a ring light on, right? This is what it's basically doing. Okay, you ready? It's like, okay, this is DLSS 5 off. You have shadows, you have richness. This is DLSS 5 on. And everything's lit the same way, no matter where. It doesn't matter where the natural lighting's happening in the environment. Everything's lit the same exact way. Like, look. So off, right? So look, the lighting was obviously coming. That's on. Coming from the left side, right? From this side. That's why there's shadows being cast here. Lights coming through on this direction. And there's foliage blocking. So the foliage blocking right here, but the light's here. Look what happens when they turn it on. Where's the lighting coming from now? Where is the light coming from? Why is he underlit? Why is it coming from all directions? It's a like it's so bad. It's so bad. It's just changing. It's just changing the lighting, but it's giving everything the same lighting. Everything's bright and plasticky looking. Congratulations. We're back in the PS3 era of things, where everything's bright and plasticky because that means futuristic, or it's a brown filter. And again, this gives the atmosphere of like this is a rustic environment. Like you see the warm colors because you have greens and browns here, right? And then this is the brightest shit I've ever seen. Where are we? Why is it so clean? PS3, yeah, PS3 era had a lot of games look kind of like plasticky because they wanted to show off like certain technologies. So like, if characters got like wet, they were just shiny. Like here, I can tell the lighting's coming from the direction of the right, right? That's why there's shadows here, shadows right here. It means the light's coming from this side. So everything's lit. This person right here is lit correctly. Look how this person's here, the front of their face is in shadows because the light's coming from behind them. And then they turn that shit on, and it's like, okay, where's the light coming from now? Who knows? The sun exploded. It's so bad, dude. Who is this man? Why does she look like low-key Charlie Kirk? Look at this left eye right here is looking this way. This side, they're both looking in the wrong direction. Oh my God. All right. So you guys get it. You get it. You get it, right? Like there's so much to this. And I know there's people can back it's early, it's gonna fix it, yada 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 yada. But this is the worst example. By worst, I mean the best. Look at this. Look how bright everything looks, right? Now look at it with off. It looks 1,000 times better this way. This looks natural. Like, why is everything so goddamn bright? What time of day is this? And again, you lose the atmosphere. You lose the fog. You lose all of that when it's on. It's like, oh, nope, everything's off. Everything's bright. Universal lighting on. Like it's doing so much. And of course the Resident Evil one. Someone told me they like whitewashed the characters. I don't see that, but I do see this not being Grace at all. And also, one more thing. One more thing. Look how when you're playing Resident Evil, how often are you playing the game where you're looking directly at the character? Like, look at my face, right? You're not playing Resident Evil with the character looking like this. You're seeing like behind them. You're seeing from them from behind. So what's even the purpose of this? How often are you going to be turning them around to look at you? Exactly, in cutscenes. This shit looks the worst to me. Like, she doesn't look like she belongs in this scene. And of course, he becomes fucking 90 years old. Like, this is... I already covered this one in my video, but... This is just... Wait, what is this? This looks like dog shit. Thank you for the follow. I'm not saying that name out loud though. Like, I honestly though, like, okay, if they want to do it to like is that a devil fruit? What is this? Oh, anyways, if they want to do it to like the food, like, yeah, does this look photorealistic? 100%. Oh my god, this looks like I want to eat it. Cool. What's the purpose of this stuff? Like, again, the background that was dragon fruit. Okay, but the background here didn't look that bad. I will admit it looks pretty good. But then my secondary question is, okay, so what's the purpose of this? Like, what are we trying to? Because every scene has intention. So it's like, what do we have here? Okay, it's photorealistic. Am I supposed to interact with this? Yeah, it's basically a lot, right? But also, like, this isn't even again. This part's a tech demo, because I look at this and I go, okay, what do I interact with? What's interactable? Nothing here looks interactable. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay, cool. You cleaned up the image, made it brighter. But as far as the games go, because this last part is fully just a tech demo. But as far as the games go, it doesn't add anything. It looks like every AI fucking thumbnail. It looks so bad. And the fact that they wanted to look smacks my boy Leon here, insanity. So that was just me talking about Nvidia for an hour. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh my god. For an hour I talked about that. And that's not even the shit that got me mad, if you can believe it. If you guys just joined, I'm talking about things that are getting me upset in decreasing order. This was just whatever. I'm not even fully upset about this anymore, because other people have talked about this. Other people have given their input. Clavicular. Yeah, Leon's been bone mashing. That's why he got that sick jawline. Okay. But what I really want to talk about though, it's just the homogenesis, unique art styles, the exact same blend. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. I love, you're just having like a basically an artistic singularity where all styles are just being melded into what's the most photorealistic bland style, which is ironic to me, because a lot of these people who always talk about how games are all the same and they're all the same slop, we're so tired of slop, are losing it over the fact of, wow, now all my characters can look like, you know, a yassified Instagram model. Like, that's and no one really likes this. You have a couple of people who are like, this technology is great. You have people like Hutch talking about this looks sick, which, like, of course Hutch thinks it looks sick, but everyone else is like, this looks like ass, because it does. I always want to play as Kim Kardashian. Well, here you go. If you guys want to get your Instagram model fix, there you go. Nvidia got you. Nvidia got you. Okay, but now we're going to move on to something that I have a little bit more to say. Let's just keep it at that. So, Crimson Desert is a game. It is a game that came out. And because this game came out, a lot of people had some feelings about it, including Metacritic. Because the Metacritic score is, I would say at this point, it's at 78, which I do not think it's bad. In fact, by Metacritic's own standards, green means good. A 78 is good. It is good. A 70 is good in my book. It's average. It's okay. 78, good. It's close. It's almost an 80. It's almost a B. That's great. 78 on PC. Hasn't been, mentioned on other platforms, but a 78 is good. It's good. Right? Apparently, no. Apparently, I'm wrong. Apparently, a 78 is dog shit because the stock price for Crimson Desert, for the company Pearl Abyss, dropped 30%. 30% because of its Metacritic score. The stock price of Pearl Abyss Core has fallen by, as it's writing, roughly 30% today. Not sure why, but it has something to do with its Metacritic, which is an 80 on OpenCritic and 78 on Metacritic. Still, those are pretty decent scores. Obviously, not quite a high level of a high 90s. Some expectant fans were hoping for, but it's a 4 out of 5 average, really enough to tank Pearl Abyss' stock valuation that hard, or is there more to the story? Probably not. Honestly, trust me, I know it sounds a little ridiculous that Crimson Desert only being pretty good as opposed to really good could wipe out 30% of the stock price, but it does make sense. It does make sense once you take a look at the whole picture. We can finish this article. It's not long. From December 30th to January 30th, Pearl Abyss Core stock price shot up roughly 52%. So what happened in that window that caused a sudden jump? Pearl Abyss announced that Crimson Desert had gone gold on January 22nd, which meant that the game would definitely meet its March 19th release date. As Pearl Abyss is a publicly traded company, this caused investors to swarm the stock and increase its valuation. From here, Crimson Desert's cleverly executed PR push resulted in the stock climbing higher and higher until it hit an all-time high of 68,500 KRW on March 16th, roughly an 125% increase. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Now, by itself, okay, you have what investors do, what they always do, right? Not really understanding the market, but seeing number go up, they overinflate the value of something, and then at the first sign of trouble, they pull out. It happens. That's finance, baby. But I'm not a finance bro. In fact, I'm real bad with money. Give me more money, please. Everyone subscribe to my Twitch and just watch all my YouTube videos. Subscribe to me. I might even do memberships. Who knows? But but that just happens. But what I want to focus on is from the gaming side, because there are certain creators who have really, really, really wanted this game to do well. I'm just going to make sure I have it up here. They want this game to do very, very well, to the point where they start making dumbass statements. Hi, we're going to talk about Luke Stevens for a little bit. So Luke Stevens wrote, I predicted after the preview that this is one the game journalists will loathe. There is zero hand-holding, and even at the preview event, I witnessed several journalists from big outlets getting stuck in the tutorial puzzle for 45 plus minutes. Now, this is just an excerpt of what he said, because what he actually said was this, and I can show you guys. Give me 1 second. This is what our boy actually said. Okay, here we go. I will zoom in a bit so you guys can see it. My Crimson Desert review work in progress. TLDW. Crimson Desert is a game that fundamentally changes our perceptions of what is possible in the medium. Its open world exploration and sheer scale all offer something that almost no other game has even attempted. It's not perfect, there are bugs, occasional quality dips, and its scope can sometimes leave ideas on the table for too long. But overall, I'm thoroughly impressed. After 60 plus hours, I'm loving it. I think it will probably take me 120 plus to roll credits and likely 300 for a completionist run. Even so, I cannot wait to see what else the game has tucked away for me to find, and I'm actively playing it even while writing this pinned comment. Now, if we just stop right here, I can say Luke Stevens seems a little bit overzealous about this game, saying that, you know, it's fundamentally going to change our perception of what's possible in the medium, which is a huge statement to make. But he's allowed to say that he's really, 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 really into the game. Okay. That's fine. He likes it. He can do that. But this part right here, it won't be for everyone, and I expect the game journalist memes will flow considering its lack of hand-holding, but it's definitely for me. This is the shit that turns me sour against people like this. This is completely unnecessary. What does this point add to your original glowing recommendation for it? Nothing. But you know what it does do? It creates a shield against any criticism towards this game because he loves it so much. So now what he's doing is, oh, yeah, the game journalist moves are going to flow because it doesn't have hand holding. So now when you see a game journalist review the game and they don't give it a 90 and they give it a 78 or an 80, oh, it's because they suck at video games. They're not real gamers. It's too hard for them. It's a lack of hand holding, which is bullshit. We know it's bullshit. You know it's bullshit, which is why you tuned in here. Right? So then you see some people like Andy Cortez. None of my games media friends / coworkers have an issue with the lack of hand holding. Seems like they just wanted a compelling characters and an interesting narrative in addition to cool systems. Come on, man. Let's be better than game journalists suck at games crowd. The domain. Actually, the problem is that it's a vapid and crazily bankrupt content binky made for adult age infants like yourself that judge all art by how much content can be sluiced through the what little gray matter you have left, you vacuous shitheel. Yeah, that sounds like the domain. Joe Raptor, I do think the narrative game journalist is bad, is stupid. Like, everyone is just going like, it's stupid. Nah, I trust Jake Baldino. He's a true gamer, not just a journalist who tries to rush through games, and he said the first 8 hours were bad. No game should have a bad first 8 hours, maybe 1 to 2 tops. And this statement right here is what I agree with. Aren't you basically a games journalist? Yes. Luke Stevens, for all intents and purposes, is a games journalist. When you look at his output, when you look at I'm amazed. Crimson Desert amazed me. I tried it. But all of his content, like he gets flown out to events. He gets these hands-on. He makes impressions. He does everything games journalists do. He is, in effect, a games journalist. He's not out here putting his gameplay video up. He's not doing Let's Plays. He's not talking about like commentary like I do about like the gaming space and all that shit. He is doing what games journalists do. Talk about games, review games, give opinions about games, give some insight about games, talk about your hands-on experiences, talking about leaks. And most of his content is you relying on games journalists to do something, which I also do, which is why I find it so strange that YouTubers go out of their way to shit on games journalists when in reality, if there were no games journalists, all of us in the content creation space would have nothing to talk about. We would have no leaks to talk about. We'd have no upcoming games to talk about. We'd have none of this shit. When they have all these events, you know who gets invited? Games journalists, because they know how to cover things. Fucking regular YouTubers don't know how to do that. If you sent me to cover like Summer's Games Fest, I'd be like, yeah, they had a lot of gacha games. Didn't even interest me. But there was this one game, they had 007 First Light. That looked cool. I wouldn't be able to cover it in a way that's honest. I wouldn't be able to cover it in a way that's like useful. That's what games journalists do. That's their whole thing. But like, again, his output is like, you are, Luke Stevens, you are a games journalist. Like, unless he has, I know he has a live channel, unless he's like streaming himself like playing video games on the live. Okay, Luke Stevens live. Gaming news, reacting and chatting. Talking. Okay, so again, you're not playing video games. You're talking about this is game journalism. This is squarely within the realm of games journalism, right? And not to say that he's breaking stories, right? He's not breaking stories. He's not interviewing people. It's not what I see. But this is still much closer to games journalism than like a Let's Play or a YouTube gamer. So it's weird for him to make that statement. But he's making that statement because it's a game he likes. No hand-holding, deja vu journalists raging, which is good for the normal consumers. And it's like, the games journalists review these games. Another thing too, I love this picture so much. Pearl Abyss doesn't have this like stellar track record where they have nothing but bangers, where they have nothing but critically acclaimed games. They're not fucking FromSoft. They're not Kojima Productions. They're not Naughty Dog. They're not, CD Projekt Red. They're not 2K. They're not Rockstar. Like, it's like the expectations they have of this game is insane to me. You're still gaining resident sympathy from some players by mocking fellow video games and creators, all while continuing to defend and excuse the game's flaws and shortcomings. Exactly. And so what I wanted to showcase here, though, was my comment, right? Unnecessary statement to make sure you don't upset the gamers because they had a critique about a game you've deemed game of the year. This was my entire disagreement with him, with that whole statement, because I can see through the bullshit. I can see that half those companies were marred in controversial launches. Yeah, but their pedigree is their pedigree. That's the point I'm getting at. But also, this guy blocked me. I don't know why, but whatever. So I couldn't like respond to it through here. So I did it this way. But no, I'm pretty sure the most important part of what he says is eyewitness. And I'm pretty sure he's saying that what he thinks is not what he wants us to hear. No, he's saying what he wants you to hear. He's right. Media outlets play favorite examples like the Veilguard Marathon, while bad-mouthing studios who don't play ball with them, like Black Myth World. I get the dumbest people in my comment sections. Holy shit. This is my favorite, by the way. He has 22,000 likes on his YouTube video review, while journals ate shit once again. Keep coping, Lucas real as fuck. What is the comparison here? He got 22,000 likes on his YouTube video. Luke Steven has like 100,000 subscribers. I'm sure it's quite easy for him to get 22,000 likes. He has 674,000 subscribers. I'm sure getting 22,000 likes is not difficult. Like, it's not difficult to get. And again, that's a nice number. But how does that relate to, then he just says game journals are eating shit. How are they eating shit? You're overseeing the perspective of critiques from gamers in regards to some valuing narrative-driven games over some valuing the ludology of the game. Now, what I am trying to illustrate here is the cognitive dissonance happening here, where he is a fan of a game, right? Actually, let's see something real quick. Let's just see something real quick, because this is the game that I always use. I'm finally done with Dragon Age Veilguard. So about Dragon Age Veilguard, I have thoughts. You think Dragon Veilguard should have been a live service game? I played 7 Dragon Veilguard. A skeptical look at Veilguard. So and then if we just type in Crimson Desert, does he have a skeptical look at Crimson Desert? It amazed me. It's going to be a love it or hate it game. Crimson Desert will be elevated by its community. After 6 hours. Almost too good to be true. I tried it early. The hype is getting crazy. They actually did it. So look at how much content he's put out. Okay, look, a skeptical look. There we go. At least he did that a year ago. Look how much content he's put out over that game, right? A ton of content he put out over Crimson Desert. Veilguard, not that much. It's obvious he doesn't like Velgard, right? Okay, I'm finally done with Dragon Age Velgard. Does not invoke he likes it. But let's just see some. Okay.
Actually done with Dragon Age the Veilguard, both literally and metaphorically, because I have been playing through it for the last whatever week and a half, 2 weeks, and I have rolled credits numerous times. I have tested different choices, different.
So doesn't like it.
I have
doesn't like it. You can tell. He said literally and figuratively. Doesn't like the game. Comments probably gonna shut it too. Yeah. So like Hilly fought the Canard dudes. Yeah. So he doesn't like the game. Doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. All right. Overall thoughts. Doesn't like it.
glowing red zits that you pop, and then the veins that connect them light up another zit that you have to pop. And all throughout the game, these things are used to like soft gate you between individual areas and slow you down as you explore stuff. And it's explained away as like, oh, it's the blight spread.
So it isn't like
a lot of game journalists said it was. But if you're going into it probably is like a lot of friendship simulator. It probably is bad. I think if you go into it expecting like a friendship simulator, it probably is that 9 out of 10 game for you. It probably is like a lot of game journalists said it was. But if you're going into this expecting like a dark and gritty RPG, or if you're going into this expecting an RPG period, I think you're going to be really, really disappointed. And hearing my wife, who is a diehard Dragon Age fan, also express frustration over.
Okay, so key points to take away from this right here.
He is like a lot of game journalists said it was.
If your expectations for this was to have a friendship simulator, then it is a 9 out of 10 for you. But if you want to have like an actual RPG, you won't like it. That's his takeaway, right? Not shocking, right? But he's able to understand in this instance, because he doesn't like the game. He doesn't care about its success. He doesn't give a shit about Dragon Age. He's not invested in it. He can say, yeah, if you like this kind of shit, good for you, whatever, whatever, whatever. And yet, because he likes Crimson Desert, that doesn't happen. What happens is he's automatically doing this shit. He's saying, yeah, dude, I predicted after the preview that this is one that game journalists will loathe. Because he knows it has faults. He's even admitted it. Did I delete it? God damn it. Hold on. I was on a roll and I deleted it. Okay. Fire back on. So he's admitted that, right? He's even stated right here. It's not perfect. There are bugs, occasional quality dips, and its scope can sometimes leave. I'll make it bigger. Its scope can sometimes leave ideas on the table for too long. You know what that means? That means the pacing for the game isn't that great. And its scope, it's really big. There's a lot of stuff to do, but sometimes it just leaves things on the table for too long. That's a pacing issue. Occasional quality dips. Okay, so it has quality issues. That's a performance issue. There are bugs. Okay, so there's technical issues. In his stream, he said he talked to journalists at the event and they saw them struggling. I also saw that. Not that stream, but I saw that statement too. They were talking about the fact that the tutorial was obtuse. And so the tutorial puzzle was difficult because the instructions weren't clear. But he's taking that back. Yeah, they struggled. And then if you look at the quotes, it's stuff like, a lot of people calling him out for being a plagiarist, which honestly I don't care about. I'm not saying plagiarism is good, but he's already made amends for that or whatever. Oh, Kate Bush husband. Game journalists beat and reviewed Shadow of the Erdtree before guides dropped and patches reduced the difficulty, which is also true. Because he's doing that thing where he's like, oh, well, game journalists are bad at video games, so because it doesn't hold your hand, they won't like this. Game journalists will never stop glazing Elden Ring or any From Souls game, any Soulsborne game. They won't stop glazing like Silksong. They beat Sekiro without any of that shit. All the hard games that have reviews and guides, they've beaten. They beat those games, and because they beat those games, they can review it or they can have a guide up. So it doesn't make any logical sense to say they can't handle not having their handheld when most of you motherfuckers read their guides. Like, like that's what I never understood. I'm Gene Park, mutual of mine. I'm a journalist who's covered crime and military education and politics, and the zero handholding is the best part about Crimson Desert. It doesn't feel like a classic CRPG realized in dynamic and well-animated massive world with lots of weird random interactions. He likes it. And I think they even mentioned, get him, Gene. I like to know handholding, but I got stuck on this puzzle too because it sucked ass as a puzzle. The tutorial sucks. That's what they were talking about. It sucks. The tutorial's bad. Yeah, but game joins second games. I like to know handholding too, but everyone got stuck on that puzzle because it sucks. Again, it's a shit puzzle. It's a shit puzzle. It wasn't clear, but they all play the game. Like, and that's what I'm getting at here. This is a tired, my boy 8-Bit Close Fist. Let's see what 8-Bit has to say, actually. He's really good.
Game journalists hating game journalists. Because when do you cross...
Let's start over.
Gamers hate journalists, a tale as old as time, and that's a different story. But I will not stand for wannabe game journalists hating game journalists. Because when do you cross the line from content creator to industry person? When you review every popular game that's out? When you do sponsored content? When you're at the same press events, listening to the same dev speeches? When you're hosting a big media event showcasing a bunch of different games with a bunch of different sponsors? Like, all that shit is cool. I'm right there with you, but I can't stand for this friendly fire pick me type shit anymore. Like, honestly, what's the difference between you and Joe IGN other than the fact that you aren't held to the same moral standards as an actual journalist?
Or you don't have an editorial board. There's no one to go over your reviews. There's no one to make sure you are objective in your shit.
You get your scoops from them. We've seen what happens when you can't just straight up bash a game or pander to the whoever you're pandering to, folk. It's very lukewarm. And for the viewers, like, literally, what's the difference? If you really want people that's like not connected to the industry at all, go follow like Hydra Amazing, The Mindful Gamer, Stroop Waffle. Those people don't get invited to shit. No shade. If that's your thing, cool. Go follow those people. But that's just me though. Make sure you follow for more video game discussions. Gamers hate...
Big facts. Big facts. Big facts. But yeah, like everyone, most people are, look, so I gotta ask, why do YouTubers who do the exact same thing as game journalists, but in video form, think they're somehow superior to game journalists? If anything, YouTubers in general have less education and way more reasons to outright lie and get liked and easy views. Yeah, you guys should honestly follow 8-Bit Close, which he does really good stuff. Games about the games is such pick me thing to say to someone who does game journalism. It's giving, not like other girls. Presenting yourself as a real game by putting down other journalists is basically a dog whistle these days because it's something that all culture war grifters do to try to discredit criticism that doesn't align with their views. Speak on it. Or to try and give more credibility to whatever their BS they're selling. How many people are falling for this shit so blindly when journalists are beating games like Elden Ring before release and publishing the guides and walkthroughs all of you needed to do the same? Even fucking New Ray or whatever is talking about it. Like, everyone is like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I get where Luke is coming from, but this just reads like plot armor against criticism. It is. It is. Like, again, I'm showing all that you guys know it's not just me. Oh, look, December. Oh, look, December. Of course. Of course. Of fucking course he's on this. Of course he's on his dick. But everyone else is like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm a freelance writer and I'm only writing guides. I've beaten Crimson Desert and I have 190 hours played. Zero handholding is more of a poorly introduced mechanics and confusing tooltips, some of which I've reported because I know 100% that they will baffle players at launch. This is why I've been saying that we content creators are worse than game journalists when it comes to shit like this. Just such unnecessary shade. Plus, this all falls apart since Hollow Knight, Silksong, and Elden Ring are reviewed and praised high. Exactly. Like, the rest of this is just people going into him. Like, he's getting his ass beat in the QRTs. Like, he's getting his ass beat. Like Game critics have given this game a less than perfect score, and here come the YouTubers adding fuel to the anti-game journalist fire. So let's look at the actual Metacritic. Look at the scores. Critic reviews. 100, 100, 100, 100, 95, 95, 95. And let's look at some of the big names, right? Vice 100, DualShockers 95, Forbes 95. Still in the 90s, 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 88, 86, 85, Destructo 85, IGN Brazil 85, IGN, I can't pronounce that, 85, IGN 85, Digital Spy 80, 80, Gaming Bible 80, IGN Audrey, what else Audrey? 80, IGN France 80, so like TechRadar Gaming 80, Gaming Bolt 80, Game Brand 80, PC Gamer 80, 80s, 78, 77, Checkpoint Gaming 75. These are all green. Then you have, okay, 70s from Game Informer. It's a beautiful exploration-rich open world game that's clear technological achievement, hampered by a cornucopia of little frustrations and a stark lack of narrative depth. GameSpot. Crimson Desert is a frequently thrilling game elevated by an open world well worth exploring and hard-hitting combat that delights with its depth and emphasis on play expression. It might not always be the most cohesive game, mixing high fantasy with steampunk sci-fi elements, but there's nothing else quite like it. I can't help but be impressed by how little restraint Probus has shown in his commitment to delightful absurdity. In some respects, Crimson Desert might not be too good to be true, but it's a world worth getting lost in. This is a positive review. Bros in the chat fighting for Luke's life. Wait, who is? This is a positive review. You can't read this as a negative review. Inside of Gaming, Crimson Desert is a game of extremes. At its best, it offers a breathtaking world filled with meaningful exploration, impressive scale, and genuine battles. However, that brilliance is occasionally weighed down by an overabundance of unfocused systems, a weak narrative, and combat that struggles to maintain consistency. You have to admire its ambition, and there are high points, but there's also a lot of slogging around and meaningless fetch quests. These are all saying what Luke said here. It's not perfect. There are bugs, occasional quality dips. Occasional quality dips could also mean he already said bugs, so that could be performance, but that could also be quality in terms of the quality of the missions, of the fetch quests. He also says, and its scope can sometimes leave ideas on the table for too long. That's the pacing. These are overall positive. I'd have to go way down to get some like crazy negative. The lowest one so far is going to be like what? So this TBD, 45. I don't even know who Critical Hits is, but their review. Crimson Desert draws attention for its ambitious open world adventure proposal, but the experience ultimately falls short of expectations. The game features a confusing narrative with uninteresting characters and missions that feel like generic MMO tasks. The combat has many mechanics but little depth, with artificial difficulty spikes and unresponsive controls. Even with impressive graphics and a high degree of exploration freedom, issues with art direction, bugs, and design decisions make the game feel vast in content but shallow in quality. That's the most negative review we've read so far, which is just being critical. Crimson Desert's stunning visuals and strong performances aren't enough to save from being a disappointing experience. Jam-packed with content and systems that make it feel like a jack of all features, master of none with an unenjoyable gameplay loop. Crimson Desert really is just a single-player, MMO? Single-player MMO in all but name, which is a criticism I have heard from people about this game. As it stands on release, the best parts of Crimson Desert are buried deep under layers of absurdity. But again, these are overwhelmingly positive. Overwhelmingly positive. A 78 is good, unless you are the investors, which for some reason is bad. 73% of this is positive, 26% mixed, 1% negative. Can we do games by scores on Metacritic? I think you can, right? I think it has the highest, one of the highest of the release, right? Crimson Desert, 70. Generally favorable, 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 favorable. X Photo, mixed or average. I'm working on my review of X Photo. But yeah, mixed or average, 79. Fatal Frame, mixed or average. Marathon, generally favorable. Generally favorable. Pugapia, generally favorable. It's doing well critically. Like it's generally favorable. Right? But because it's not perfect and not getting 90s across the board, yeah, because it doesn't have a 96, they're like, oh, you guys hate this shit. Mind you, he was talking about how games journalists don't like it because it hold your hand. The highest rated game is Elden Ring. And then it's the DLC for Elden Ring. And then it's fucking, what? Hollow Knight Silksong. Like, some of the highest rated games, Demon Souls, some of the highest rated games on here do not hold your hand. And again, you shouldn't be basing your enjoyment on whether its Metacritic score is high or not. It's all that games can't just be okay. Some people like a 6 or 7 is a decent game. It doesn't always have to be 8.5 or an up. We're not going to act like classic games are all certified bangers. Exactly. That's what I say. Many Souls-1 players consider Elden Ring a 7 for an easy game. Those guys are fucking pretentious assholes. Let's be real. The From Souls community has a huge problem with pretentious assholes who think if a game is they perceive to be easy, well, then it's not good. Dark Souls 3 is better than Elden Ring. I mean, I think Elden Ring has way better boss fights than Dark Souls 3. It's pretty hard to top that first time fighting Radon, to be honest. But again, these people act like all these games have to be like absolute 85s and above for them to fucking want to play it. And so like this whole shit with Luke Stevens is such cope. Like it's such cope to me. There's a train that comes in desert you can climb onto train and travel the world as well. Like he's coping. And also, I see this clip a lot. I've seen this clip a lot here. Of the combat, right? Now, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna get a little pretentious. Here, okay? As someone who is a slut for character action games, a lot of these enemies just look like sponges. Like not like a damage spell, but they're just there to take your hits. Because what this is happening is there is a lot of, and again, I actually do want to play this game. I've said that before. I want to play Crimson Desert because aforementioned slut of character action. Probably not at full price. Probably wait till it has like the Ultimate Edition come out, whatever. But still, or if it's on sale. But look, a lot of this is just particle effects going crazy. Right? It's almost like Dynasty Warriors-esque. Like, do you see these guys in the corner just standing here? But they're just standing. And again, I'm going to play this game. I'm able to be critical of a game that I still want to play. I think it's weird that people refuse to be critical of shit they like. But yeah, like, it looks cool animation-wise, but it's not like the enemies are particularly challenging. Wait, someone said he made a video? He made a response video to the tweet? You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, let's watch it. What's the response video though? I don't see it. I see his review. Is it on his live channel?
So I am officially.
Luke Stevens live? Okay. Okay, let's see. Explaining my Crimson Desert Games journalist comment. Oh, I wasn't planning on doing a reaction today, but here we go.
I upset a subset of the gaming journalism cohort, whatever it is. Yeah,
starting off real smug, not gonna lie.
Apparently it all started from a post I replied to. It's one of those things where I'm like, I just made a quick off the cuff comment, and it upset some people. Basically, Michael asked, is this going to be one of those games?
Also, wait, time out. He didn't make a quick off the cuff. He made two separate. Come on, Luke. Bubby, not only did you respond to Michael's tweet saying, I predicted that, you also made a separate tweet talking about this and also mentioned the game. Like, this wasn't off the cuff. You wanted people to see this. You know who does off the cuff tweets? Me. I do off the cuff tweets, which is why I get so surprised when my tweets pop off. My shit's just a knee-jerk reaction half the time. I'm off the cuff. Leak, that is not off the cuff. You made a tweet to this tweet alluding to your other tweet. Come on, buddy. Come on, man.
Games critics don't like but users love. These Crimson Desert review scores are not great so far. I think. Also,
real quick, I know I'm pausing a lot, but that's what I do. Do you notice how overall these people are being very gentle to Crimson Desert? Because they were not this gentle to fucking Dragon Age. They weren't this gentle to Assassin's Creed Shadows. They were pocket watching. They were looking at its stocks. They were looking at the Steam player counts. They were looking at every metric. Oh my God, Ubisoft said that only 3 million players. Why aren't they saying how many they sold? Like, they were doing all that shit. But for Crimson Desert, a game that wasn't pre-approved to be shit in their eyes, they're like, whoa, this must be one of those games where Ghost of Yotei as well, right? This must have been one of those games where critics don't like it, but users love it. Since when the fuck do they care about user scores? Do you think? Let me check something real quick. If we really go to Xvoto, right? Do you think they would be kind to this game? Do you think they'd be like, oh, the critics just don't understand this game? I guarantee they wouldn't be.
High 70s. My final prediction was like 81. 77 was lower than I was expecting. I was expecting low 80s. I didn't expect somebody to like give it a 45 out of 100. That one's wild to me, but yeah, that one was crazy. But the score is like a bit lower than even I was expecting. I was expecting like low 80s was my guess, because like I've been saying since the preview, it's a game you love or you hate. You love it or you hate it. Like, and there's not much middle ground.
Also, is this not contradictory to what he just said a couple seconds ago? Like, listen to this, all right?
Expecting like low 80s was my guess, because like I've been saying, 100. That one's 80s. I didn't expect somebody to like give it a 45 out of 100. That
didn't expect someone to give it a 45 out of 100, which, if you guys know numbers, that's a 45%. That person probably hated the game. But Luke, what do you say about that?
One's wild to me, but yeah, that one was crazy. But the score is like a bit lower than even I was expecting. I was expecting like low 80s was my guess, because like I've been saying since the preview, it's a game you love or you hate.
So you love or you hate? You love or you hate? That person hated it, but you just said that you expected it to be a game you love or hate. You hate the game? Yeah, I gave it a 45. I hate that shit. That game's awful. Oh, I gave the game 100 because other people gave it 100. We went through that on Metacritic. They gave it 100. So how is this not out of your expectation? Like, if people are going to love it or hate it, of course that's going to average out. It's not going to be in the high 80s.
You love it or you hate it. Like, and there's not much middle ground. There, like, some people are like, I see the good and it's like, it's okay. But it really is either it clicks with you and you love it or you just don't. And that's okay. My point has been from the outset to be like very clear. This is a polarizing game. And usually polarizing games end in this like high 70s, low 80s. Like think a game like, well, maybe Starfield's a good example. Starfield or Dragon's Dogma 2 or one of those where there's some people that love it and there's some people that just do not.
You can say that about anything. Luke did say that in his streams days ago. That doesn't matter if he said that though. We're living in reality. He said you can love it or hate it, but he's upset that there's people who hate the game. So he clearly has a problem people loving it or hating it.
So I replied this and just again off the cuff was like, I predicted after the preview
that this
is one game journalists will loathe. And in the moment, I was thinking like the meme of a game journalist, not necessarily literally people employed with the journalist tag.
Then why did you say it twice, Luke? You see what I mean though? Like, if he had just said it here, I would have been like, whatever. But Luke, you said that on the 18th. And then you also said this twice. Were you also thinking of the journalist as in the game journalist memes will flow considering its lack of handholding, but it's definitely for me? This is more of like I was thinking of the meme. You said the meme right here. This isn't you talking about the meme. This is you specifically saying there's zero handholding, and even at the preview event, I witnessed several journalists from big outlets getting stuck in the tutorial puzzle for 45 minutes, ... That's not you saying because of the meme. Because you outright said the meme and the other one. This is you trying to say that games journalists are bad at video games that don't hold their hand, hence why the game that you wanted to get an 81 doesn't have an 81. And you're trying to rationalize that after the fact.
I understand it reads as though I'm saying literal, like, people with that job will hate this. I was thinking the meme of game journalist, like the meme of somebody who is bad at games, but like talks about them incessantly. And if you don't like what they like, then you're bad.
I hope he shows the other tweet that he wrote, because if he doesn't, this is completely disingenuous and just cope.
I was thinking the meme, but I acknowledge that this doesn't sound that way. I said it's a game that people like that will loathe. There's zero hand-holding, and even at the preview event, I witnessed several journalists, again, thinking that type of person, from big outlets, like a couple of people I was...
God, Jay Viper, bro, even if you get 6,000 views on your tweet, you get 100 likes.
I won't name them for obvious reasons, but they got stuck in the tutorial puzzle for 45 plus minutes. Basically, my entire lunch break, they were stuck on a puzzle. I did see that.
But Luke, are you going to say what puzzle? Because we went over this and it was the tutorial puzzle, because the tutorial was poorly implemented. Are you going to talk about the fact that the tutorial was poorly implemented?
I'm not gonna like pretend like I didn't. And listen, it's okay if you struggle with puzzles in games. That's why there's games that don't have puzzles. That's okay. It's okay. Like, that's fine.
Jesus Christ, he's such a pretentious asshole. Oh my God, man. It's okay. It's okay if you're stuck with games with puzzles. You can go play your baby games. Like, bro.
Point has been that if you're somebody that is like that and doesn't like puzzles or doesn't like, you know, getting to that moment where you're like, what do I do here? Like, let me think about what even is this? This is just not going to be the game for you, you know? And it wasn't surprising to me, which is why I predicted that it was going to be super polarizing after that preview event. Well, needless to say, some people took that very personally. I think there is some valid feedback. Again, it seems very dismissive towards a whole suite of people. Like I said, when I wrote the comment, I was thinking more like the meme of gaming journalists, like
I also love the fact that he's doing this for himself, that he's like, no, I'm trying to tell you guys my mindset, but he will not do that for the other people. You see what I mean? Like, he's not perspective taking. He's allowing his perspective to be told, which of course it's his channel, but he's not doing the courtesy of saying, hey, you know what? Maybe this game that I said is not perfect. Maybe it didn't do a good job explaining the tutorial. Maybe that's why. If like 100 people got stuck on something and you didn't, maybe you are the most specialist person and you're just super smart. or maybe it's not really well implemented. Like Jake Baldino said that the puzzle sucks. A lot of people are like, yeah, that puzzle fucking sucked, but they're still playing the game.
Meme of the people that are laughably bad at games that get stuck on the tutorial of Cuphead, and then they rage about being bad at the game, and they like blame the game for them being bad at it, you know, like that.
Oh, like Very Dark did at Marathon, and also like Smash JT did in Marathon.
Meme, that type of person. That's what I had in my head, but I recognize and I acknowledge that it does not read that way, because I did not make that clear. I did not make that clear. So some people got very, very upset about it. It's fine. I feel you. I saw what I saw, and my prediction, I think, has held true. There's some people that are loving this game, and for them it's like fantastic, phenomenal. And you see a common thread in most of the negative reactions to the game, which is struggles with like difficulty spikes, puzzles, whatever the term would be, like open-ended exploration design, things like.
This is also Cope. Why are you sweeping for? Did they pay you? Why are you sweeping so hard? None of you guys can ever say I'm a shill for anything, because he is sweeping so hard for this game. Notice the thread. These people, they struggle with this. We read the reviews.
That. And so I think, you know, the prediction has held true. Some people took it more as an attack, but I think,
oh my God, he's just repeating himself.
A nerve. I don't know. Anyway, so yes,
Spiking
I upset a lot of people apparently with this, quote tweets galore, and I apologize for being broad with my brush. I was thinking of the types that struggle.
He's just saying it again over and over and over and over and over.
Always bugged me. Or I refused to upgrade my equipment, and then the bosses were hard. It's like, yeah, because you didn't do the thing. It's like, I only stayed at level 1 while playing Elden Ring, and all the combat was like really hard. It's like, yes, that's how that works. So I was thinking of those types of players, and that's what I meant by game journalists, like the meme. As for the specific people, the literal journalists from big outlets, I don't know if they would call themselves journalists, but the people that work for the big outlets and write for them and do coverage for them, I did see multiple that were stuck on the tutorial puzzle for 45 plus minutes through our like entire lunch break. Am I supposed to pretend like I didn't see that? Like, is that something we're not supposed to say? Like,
Anon is no one 6125. Some reviewers have said that some of the puzzles were just shit. I don't like puzzles, so I hope they're at least fun. Luke, talk about the puzzle. What is the puzzle? Tell us why. Was it a super easy baby puzzle? How fast did you complete the puzzle, Luke?
It was a thing. And it's okay if you don't like, if you struggle with those puzzles, that's fine. But to then like critique the game for that, I think is funny. I think it's funny. You know, it's just a little silly.
You can critique Jesus fucking Christ. You can critique it if it's poorly implemented. Like, I don't understand. Like, he's not even giving you any sort of information to be like, oh yeah, the puzzle was super easy. It was, you had 2 of these and there was 2 of those and you had to make it 4 and they were stuck. Okay, their fucking skill issue. But if the puzzle was some esoteric ass like figure it out during the tutorial is supposed to be a tutorial. It should at least point you in a direction, and then from that point on, be like, hey, by the way, if you see something like this, you should remember this. Okay, that's on me. Like, holy shit, dude.
Anyway, they're posers. No, they might be people who just like different types of games, which is fine.
Oh my God, if he says it, which is fine again, I'm taking a shot. Like, this is the same.
Like, you have to understand, these companies, there's like a bunch of people that work there. So like, if you get assigned a review, you're assigning one of 10 reviewers you have, and you have to pick the right one for that.
One puzzle got me stuck because the tutorial didn't explain the mechanic one. Again, and that happens. Yeah, I remember this puzzle is too. Is there, hold on, let's see if we can find it. Because he's clearly not going to fucking tell us what this puzzle is. Crimson Desert tutorial. Oh my God, I can't spell it. Tutorial puzzle? How to complete the blinding flash puzzle. I show you how to complete the blinding flash puzzle in tutorial. Okay, so this is a tutorial puzzle.
To the first puzzle in Crimson Desert. I'm going to show you how to do it. It did take me a little bit of time, so
it took him a little bit of time too, mind you, and he's not a fucking games journalist. So point automatically disproven. Thank you, random YouTuber.
I'm not going to waste your time here. I'm going to get straight to it. You need to activate the ability, as you see there, by pressing LB and RB or L1 and R1, and then you are going to have to keep the light by holding down L1. Now, to do this, just make your way all the way over to this door in front of you. Activate the power, as you see I just tried there. So we're going to do it again. And then the light is going to pop up. We are going to go ahead and press L1 and then hold it and flick it up to there. So you see the light has been activated. And then we are going to press RB or R1 to get it done. It's going to open the door. So just to reframe that again, we're going to hold down LB and RB or L1 and R1. Get the light to activate.
Okay, and he said, okay. And the thing says, if I can get it to reflect light with your sword to disrupt enemy vision, spot enemy weak points, and find special items hidden throughout the well while using blinding flash. Blinding flash, press LB and RB, then hold RB. So you press at the same time, and then you hold RB, and then
down L1. Now to do this, just make your way all the way over to this door in front of you. Activate the power, as you see I just tried there. So we're going to do it again. And then the light is going to pop up. We are going to go ahead and press L1 and then hold it and flick it up to there. So you see the light has been activated. And
I can't even see the light. But look what you said in the beginning. Right?
In Crimson Desert. I'm going to show you how to do it. It did take me a little bit of time, so I'm not going to wait.
It did take him a little bit of time.
Waste your time here. We're going to get straight to it. You need to activate the ability, as you see.
It's missing a part. You after to hold L1 after. Wait, you have to hold L1 after. So you have to do LB, left bumper, right bumper, and then you hold one, and then you press the other one after. Wait, what? No, Wizard, the point is that the tutorial is shit because the people are telling you it's missing a part. After you hold L1, so you have to do left bumper. So this is not even correct. So you have to do left bumper, right bumper, and it doesn't tell you to hold L1 after.
You need to activate the ability, as you see there, by pressing LB and RB or L1 and R1, and then you are...
The tooltip says, reflect light with your sword to disrupt enemy visions, spot weak points, whatever, and it says to use blinding flash. Press left bumper and right bumper, so hold them together, and then hold RB. But what the people are telling me here is that you also have to then hold left bumper again, but it doesn't tell you to hold left bumper again. It tells you to hold RB. You found out by just playing with it. So again, that feeds the point that this is not good tutorialization. Uncle Tez, you go left L1, R1, then hold R1, then hold L1 again. Okay, do you see how that's not mentioned in the tutorial? Like, no wonder it took people a long time to do it. That's what they were saying. That's why what's his face? Jake Baldino and Gene was saying it sucks. I like no handling, but I got stuck on this puzzle too because it sucked ass as a puzzle. The tutorial sucks. Like, they're saying the tutorial's bad because it is. I just read it to you guys, and thankfully people in the chat play the game. You just saw what to do. I want to see if there's other people talking about this. Hold on. Crimson Desert blinding flash puzzle. Blinding flash puzzle. Let's see. Look how many fucking videos are just on this. Oh, but it's the games journals who are terrible. Let's, fuck it. Let's go through some of these.
What's up, Cliffs? Mark here, and you were probably like me, stuck in the corridor of the void trying to...
Another gamer saying they were stuck. Another person saying they were stuck in the corridor of the void. This is the first puzzle.
Don't feel bad because I got stuck here too. It is a little harder than it actually appears. But what you need to do is, once they introduce this new mechanic where you're going to squeeze R1, L1, and you learn blinding flash, which you can use You can use later on in the game. You could use that to like
Oh
blind
my
enemies.
God.
But really, for here, what you need to do is, let me blow this up so you can kind of see it better. But
Wait, it actually, wait, hold on, wait. Now it's saying it is showing it. Hold on one. Wait, now this is more confusing because now it's saying while holding R1, press L1 again to begin concentrating, then keep holding L1, but it also says hold
part is to
R1.
keep holding L1 to sort of charge the blade. So, like me, you were probably trying to light these torches. They're not really torches, but they kind of look like torches. What you need to
Once clicking R1 and L1, keep pressing L1. Wait, keep pressing L1? It said hold. It didn't say keep pressing.
do is walk closer to the door, and you will see the gem sort of charge by the blinding light.
Oh my God.
And that will unlock the door and let you through. Don't forget to like and subscribe, folks. It does help me out quite.
That's even worse because okay, it says here. First off, this one says something completely different. It just says press L1 R1 together, then hold R1, right?
Game. You could use that to like blind enemies, but
Then this one says you can blow it
really
up.
for here, what you need.
This one says hold L1 R1 to assume the stance, then move. Okay, then while holding R1, press L1 again to begin concentrating light, then keep holding L1.
To do is
right?
let me blow this up so you can kind of see it better. But the important part is to keep holding L1 to sort of charge the blade. So, like me, you were probably trying to light these torches. They're not really torches, but they kind of look like.
But then it says, once doing that, keep pressing L1, walk closer to the doors, and point at the stone in the wall. That is crazy.
Like torches. What you need to do is walk closer to the door, and you will see.
And then if you say even if we get past, you only get prompts. Wait, you get the prompts for only the first part? Okay, and let's say even if this makes sense, right? Even if this stuff here makes sense.
Kind of see it better. But the important part is to keep holding L1 to sort of charge the
blade. Listen to what he says in the beginning.
Like me, you were probably trying to light these torches. They're not really torches, but they kind of look like torches. What you need to do is walk closer to the door, and you will see the gem sort of.
That's insane. Let's watch someone else do this. Now I'm fully invested in this tutorial. The fact that it needs so many fucking videos shows that's not easy to do. Press and hold the control code. So this is mouse and keyboard. Press and I can mute it because it's not talking. Press and hold the control key plus left mouse button simultaneously to activate it. Press control key after you aim your target. So you have to press it twice. What is happening? And then you have to press it. So press control and left mouse button. So two buttons at the same time to activate it. And then you focus it. And then you press control again after you aim at the target. Okay. Oh, that quality went to shit all of a sudden. What's the angle to light it up? Okay, you can't really tell if it's lighting up. That's great. So that's that video. There are so many.
Blinding Flash. I'm going to show you how to use Blinding Flash and get through this puzzle in Crimson Desert. So if you're on Xbox controller, hold down left bumper and right bumper at the same time, and that gets this out. And once you're doing this, keep holding down right bumper, then release left bumper, and then press left bumper and hold it again.
That's so stupid. That's so stupid. What? Did you guys hear that?
Then releasing this
What?
time, and that gets this out. And once you're doing this, keep holding down right bumper.
Keep holding down the right bumper. Okay, that's what the instruction said.
Then release left bumper.
Then release the left bumper while still holding down the right bumper.
And then press left bumper and hold it again.
And then, why do all that? Shadow of the Colossus figured this shit out on the PS2. Just hold the bumper, hold the button, use the directional stick to aim it, and let the light bounce off there. What is this? That is insane. Wow, man, what a load of bullshit. I read through the instructions, but it didn't say to press the left bumper. Terrible instructions. Terrible game. Fuck this game. Thanks, man. That is tutorial. Press both, let go, press right bumper, press left bumper, tap start 3 times, Konami code 2. Balance your checkbook. But do you see just by watching 3 separate videos how you got 3 different ones? Okay, this one here, right?
What's up, Cliffs?
The one that is showed the actual tutorial. So it says, this is what it says here. Hold down left, right to do the stance. Then move with the right stick to target your objective. Then while holding R1, press L1 again. But it never told you to let go. It never told you to let go. Right? It never told you to let go. It says hold down L1, R1. And then it says while holding R1, when were you supposed to let go of the left bumper? And then it says keep holding left bumper until device activates. That's not even the puzzle is the goddamn controls. Because look at what this says. And then look at what you actually have to do.
Made your way to the first puzzle.
Not that one. It was this one.
I'm going to show you how to use blinding flash and get through this puzzle in Crimson Desert. So if you're on Xbox controller, hold down left bumper and right bumper at the same time, and that gets this out. And once you're doing this, keep holding down right bumper, then release left bumper, and then press left bumper and hold it again. So that's how you focus the light.
That is absolutely
so that would be L1 and R1 on PlayStation
not what it said to do.
And if you're on mouse and keyboard, that is control.
That is absolutely not what the tutorial said to do. Just so we're all clear, what Luke's talking about is just saying they were stuck, but doesn't tell you what the instructions were, what the puzzle was, or anything like that. Just says they were stuck on the tutorial puzzle. You want to know why he says it that way? Because that implies lack of skill. If you're stuck on a tutorial of anything, you're assumed to be bad at games because the tutorial should be the easiest part. But this is bad design. Press and hold the bumpers, let go of left bumper while holding the right bumper, and then press down the left bumper again. But at no point did that instructions tell you when to do any of those things.
For that job, because chances are if you're like a fighting game player, you're probably not going to enjoy Mario Kart that much, and your score will therefore probably be lower than the person who's a big fan of Mario Kart, right? In the same vein that like with Crimson Desert, who do you assign to it? Do you assign the Assassin's Creed open world reviewer? Do you assign the narrative RPG reviewer? Like who do you put on?
They would assign the people who play the genre of games. Like, Luke, don't do this. Luke, don't do this. Don't do that. Don't act as if these game companies don't know who to assign to cover the beat. The Cuphead thing wasn't that guy assigned to it.
On the project. And I think sometimes you end up with reviews where it's like, this person I just don't think likes these kinds of games. It doesn't happen that often anymore, but I think that this was one of those difficult things because Crimson Desert's doing so much. It's like, who is this for? Because there's some people that this is just like the anti-them game, which is okay, but it's important they know that before they buy it, you know? Like, if this is a game you are going to hate, I want you to know that so you don't waste your money, because you may hate it, you know? That's why we try to be clear with reviews and outline what it is and what it isn't, what works and what doesn't. I was talking to a buddy of mine from college yesterday, and he was like, yeah, I watched your review,
this is
and I know you're really into it, but the things you pointed out is like frustrations and negatives. He's like, I think those for me are more deal breakers.
You know what? I feel like the rest of the videos have nothing to do with what I wanted to look at, right?
People 7 out of 10 is like higher than average because they're thinking 5 is the average. So when you put a number score, it starts to throw everything off, you know? It just messes things up, which is why I don't tend to do that. Different philosophies, different ways of working. Different ways of working. Let's see. Richard, to be fair, aren't the...
Then why do you care? Why do you care then?
The bad review is valid for maybe the super casual players. It might not be the game for them. No, absolutely. This is why, like, I am not saying that Crimson Desert is a Metacritic 98 game. It's why I never would have ever tried to predict that it was going to do well on Metacritic. We were saying a month ago that this was going to be a game where the Metacritic score probably was like really low 80s, high 70s. Like, it's a very
Isn't that good though? Isn't that good though?
Polarizing game, and polarizing games tend to sit in that like middle or average.
Okay, you already said that.
It's not like failing, it's not like broken and you can't launch it, but it's not like 2 stars, right? He loves it, they give it a 10 or they give it a 9.5 or whatever. And when you average those out, the expectation, at least for me, and I think a lot of people, it's slightly lower than I not connect with it so much that the reason there's a spread of reviews is because some people, like I said, are gonna love it, some people are gonna hate it. And the point is, with all of the reviews, that you can go to somebody, and if you really connect with, like, I know Neon didn't connect with the game. He played a lot of it, but Neon Knight didn't connect with it. I saw him at the preview event. This is not a game for a player like Neon. Like, it is not a story-heavy game. It's just not, and that's not its strengths pretty evidently from early on. So if you're a player like Neon, this probably is not one for you to, you know.
Okay, so now we're getting into review territory, right?
Align with mine, then you'll probably like it. Or that they built it in the same way that they built, like, you know, Black Desert, where they wanted the community to help the community grow. And this is a game that's very polarizing.
Oh my God.
And I was there with a couple of other people, and we asked, like, are you good? Do you need something and everything? And she's like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not a gamer. I'm just, you know, I'm not a gamer. Like, what do you mean? She's like, well, I was hired. I like applied. I've been in media, but I'm just not a gamer. But they assigned me to this thing to cover it. And so now we're going to do like a gameplay preview. I don't play games. And like, I felt bad for her because they're throwing her into the line. Okay. That's fine. But they were assigning her to go and do gameplay coverage and previews and stuff. And no doubt, if she were to post out gameplay videos online, like, people are going to have a field day with that because she's not a gamer. And it's fine to work in the games industry and not be a gamer, as shocking as that may be to a finance person or a producer. I wouldn't expect you to necessarily have to be the most hardcore gamer. That's fine. But I felt bad for her because, like, they were kind of throwing her into the line.
So here's my take with all that shit, though. Besides, this is kind of wasted video. But, like, that right there, to me, okay, we'll do big picture first one. None of us were born gamers, right? Like, none of you guys came out the womb playing a video game. Some game caught your eye, whether it was your parents gave it to you, your brother gave it to your sister, uncle, whomever. They caught your eye, and you started to play it. And you probably weren't good. You weren't a gamer then, but you got good at it, or you started to like it, or whatever. Point being, you never know what someone's first game is going to be. Some people's first game was Super Mario. Some people's first game was fucking Elden Ring. The point for a game, though, is even if it's like a hardcore game, like an extraction shooter, your point is there should be a point of entry. There should be a point of entry for this, where it's like, I, who don't play games, I want to play games. Like, because, okay, think of it this way. Imagine you met someone who's like an adult, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, whatever. And they're like, I've never played a video game in my life. I would like to play a video game. What are your interests? Oh, I like action movies, something with action. Okay, we'll start you off with, like, fuck it. Let's say God of War, right? Button mashing, combo God of War. Oh, okay, I don't really like this game. I can play, I don't like this game. Okay, let me play Sekiro. Oh, Sekiro's hard, but I like being a samurai ninja dude, so I'll keep playing even though it's hard because I'm having fun with it. That's their second game they ever played. Sekiro. The first game was God of War. Those games still have entry points. Those games still have coherent tutorials because they understand that even if they have the most intense combo system in the world, the most roughest battles ever, they understand this can be someone's first time playing. That's part of game design. That's how it works. even fucking games like Valorant teach you how to shoot and aim. They don't just say, you figure it out. They teach you things. Because anyone who's playing a video game, who makes a video game, knows that this might not be this person's like 1,000th game. This might be someone's first game. Like, that's what. Okay, but what would you reasonably give someone who's never touched a video game? Elden Ring Rebirth as the first game? The literature that comes with more experience, I think that's unfair. Okay, but then if they've never played the game, right? They've never played the game. They've never seen the game. They've never touched the game. What game do you give them? Elden Ring has a tutorial. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth also has a tutorial. Obviously, there's literature there with more experience, but to have experience, you have to get experience. One of my first video games that I played was Street Fighter 2. Do you think I have Street Fighter experience prior to that? It was literally my first video game. But Street Fighter has a training mode. You get to learn how to do things. They also have the combos in the, they have the combos in the manual. Pokemon also has tutorials, right? What I'm saying here is to be like, oh, well, this game's not for, you're not a game, we wouldn't like this game. It's like, you don't know that. But if the game has a terrible tutorialization that's relying on the fact that you have played 1,000 action games before, then that's a bad design choice on behalf of the game. I failed the Elden Ring tutorial multiple times and bounced, and that's fine. That's fine. I'd probably give him something like Kirby. New sub. Thank you for subscribing. I'd probably give him something like Kirby that doesn't require intense amounts of patience and easier to play than on pace for the welcome. Okay, cool. But what if Kirby is too involved for them? They're not good at platforming, or they're not good at like fighting or whatever. It's an easy game though. It's platforming. You could give them fucking Sonic. Oh, it's too much for them. Different genre. Exactly, geek. There's always going to be someone's first, whether it's difficult or easy game. What's hard might be hard. Exactly. That's my point I'm getting at. That's the point of having a good tutorial. It's teaching you the basics. And if you understand it already, you can skip it. But they teach you the basics. Breath of the Wild has a pretty good tutorial. I would agree. But they teach you the basics of things. So I've always been sort of like, when people say stuff like, well, this is a game for gamers, this and that. It's like, but you have to understand that this is someone's first time too. Your girlfriend struggles with buttons. but let's say your GF plays like, I don't know, Life is Strange. Narrative game, loves it, right? That's her first game, was Life is Strange. And then she gets into more story-heavy games that still have action in it, like a Last of Us. You know what I mean? Like, there's also other entry points. You would argue Kirby's easier platforming than Mario and Sonic because that would be easier. Right. But easier for whom? For you, sure. But for someone who's never played a video game, what if Sonic's easier because you just go really fast and you only go from left to right? What if that's easier? Sonic has less precision platforming. Like OG Sonic has less precision platforming. You can literally speed through the game. That's the point of the game. You can speed through it. And like, I'm not like trying to argue with you guys. I'm just saying, like, I think it's a cop-out to just be like, oh, well, you know, it has a tutorial for, it's like, yeah, dude, but like the tutorial needs to be able to be completed by literally anyone. And I know people are thinking about the Dean Takashi thing, but like overall, tutorials have to be able to at least be completed. You shouldn't need a video to show you how to do the tutorial, because the tutorial should already have enough information for you to execute what needs to be executed. Sonic is a terrible example for a brand new player. I played Sonic when I was a child. That was one of my first games, was Sonic 2. What are you talking about? That's the point I'm making. As a child, single digits, my first games were Street Fighter 2, Sonic 2, Spider-Man Maximum Carnage. Mortal Kombat, Lion King. Those are my literal first games I ever played. Sega Genesis. I was like 4 years old. Like, that's the point I'm getting at. I'm ignoring the perspective of new players this day and age. I'm not ignoring their perspective. What I'm telling you is your tutorial needs to take into account that this is someone's first time playing a video game. Not the first time playing an action game, a first time playing a video game. If we quickly go to Dark Souls 3 tutorial, right? And this is your first time playing Dark Souls. This is Fighting Cowboy. Okay, we'll go through stuff.
What is happening, YouTube? Cowboy here, and now that our initial run...
Gonna have to mute that. Sorry, Cowboy. But like Cemetery of Ash, right? This is his first time playing it. Not his first time playing it. But see, we all know these right here are tutorials. They have weak enemies here to practice these attacks, right? This is how you do a heavy attack. This is how you do a light attack. And this is Dark Souls 3. Elden Ring, same thing. Sekiro, same thing. The hard games still have understandable tutorials because they have to assume this is not just your first time playing a game like theirs. This is your first time playing a video game. So here's how you jump. Here's how you roll. Here's how you attack. Like that's what I mean. Your tutorial needs to be, if lack of better terms, idiot proof. Because you do not know the level of the person who's playing your game. But they should all be able to understand your tutorial. The fact that Crimson Desert has this many videos on how to complete the tutorial is insane. You have within the last 10 hours, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 videos on how to complete a tutorial. That's insane. Like it's like you simply you cannot get around that. You cannot get around that. Like it using blinding flash to concentrate light and device for Crimson Desert. Another video for this. This kind of looks like Hassan, but another video for that. Like there's already, and this is also proving the point that the other people are making. That this could be used as a critique of the game because you need to watch videos to understand the tutorial, not because you're stupid, but because the tutorial doesn't even explain what it wants you to actually do. Like, that's insane. I've played a ton of video games. I have never once had to look up how to complete a tutorial. They're tutorials. If I'm streaming, sometimes I'm too caught up in chat. I have to read it again, but like I can complete it. If I was just going through what that thing said, I would have also had a long time struggling with this game because I'd be doing exactly what the game's telling me to do and still not passing because I didn't push left bumper twice. So now I'm actually curious though about what Luke's saying about Crimson Desert. It's a 30-minute video. So we have Legacy Killer talking about this, and Legacy Killer is definitely one of the grifter types. I don't really talk about him, but he's definitely one of those grifter types. Let's just see a little bit of this.
I'm just going to cut straight to the chase. Crimson Desert is one of the most remarkable games I think I have ever played, and I absolutely adore it. At this point, more than 60 hours in, probably more by the time this...
Okay, just straight up. The map, the world, combat, production value, combat. Let's see the flaws. Let's see the flaws. What do you call the flaw?
not perfect, and there are plenty of things that people will not like about Crimson Desert that are worth being brought up, and that's where we get to the bad of Crimson Desert. It's not perfect. There's problems. The biggest problem, as far as I'm concerned, are the bugs. There are many of them. I ran into numerous bugs specifically related to things like puzzles or specific quests where it would
Wait. I'm sorry. Beg your finest pardon. So this game is remarkable. You love it. It's great. But one of the biggest flaws is there's bugs in the puzzles. How is that not disqualifying?
tell you to talk to this guy, but then that guy either doesn't spawn, or you try to talk to him and there's no button prompt to engage with him at all. Or
that's bad.
Maybe you do engage with him, but it doesn't complete the objective to talk to him, so the quest doesn't progress. Things like that are unfortunately quite common. 99.
What? So not even rare. Those are common bugs. Those are common bugs. I was thinking he was going to say they happen a couple of times. Those are game-breaking bugs. Yeah, he's a CRPG fan. Think Bethesda jank. Okay, Bethesda jank. Would you say a Bethesda jank game is revolutionary and remarkable? Because let's not forget what he wrote in this tweet, right? His review in progress. Crimson Desert is a game that fundamentally changes our perception of what's possible in the medium. Its open world exploration and sheer scale all offer something that almost no other game even attempted. It's not perfect. There are bugs, occasional quality. You can't just say there are bugs and one of the bugs is like, oh, there are common game-breaking bugs. I get that from Bethesda. Hello, Forever Morning Bug Skyrim. Hello, playing Skyrim on PS2 when your save file gets too big. How is that fundamentally changing my perception? Bethesda does this.
9% of the time they are resolved by either reloading or leaving the area and coming back so things reload. But it was a common enough issue that it sort of became second nature to stumble into these quests, discover that they might be bugged a little, and then leave, reset, and try again. In addition...
That's insane. It happens so frequently that your default is just to reload or leave and come back. Oh my God.
Some other systems are not really user-friendly and don't control in an intuitive way, to the point where I think it's going to be really frustrating to people, and even get to the point where at times it will feel like it is bugged even when it's not. An example of this would be a certain quest where you have to eavesdrop on different people throughout a small village in order to gain information about a local gang leader, basically. And so you go and you do this by pressing left bumper while looking at different targets that you are tasked with eavesdropping on. This will usually lead to Cliff leaning against a fence post or something to listen to them covertly. However, there's this moment where you are expected to eavesdrop on these two ladies. The game tells you roughly the area where they are, and you figure out pretty quickly that these are the two ladies you're supposed to eavesdrop on. Okay. What the game wants you to do is to go and stand within like a 2-foot window outside of the building and listen through the cracks in the wood. However, it's not intuitive. You have to break some stuff to get access to that spot at the wall. And all the previous instances of you eavesdropping, of which there are, I believe, 2 in the entire game up to that point, you are standing in a clear line of sight with the target. So you don't...
Okay, so what that is, again, is poor tutorialization. He just said in the other 2 examples up until that point of the game, they told you need to stand in this spot and you can eavesdrop. And then randomly they say, actually, you need to break these things, climb up this window and look under here and then you can eavesdrop. That is not intuitive design. And that's another reason why I get so mad. People say, this game doesn't hold your hand. That's not an excuse for poor implementation of game mechanics. That's cope. You can't just be like, oh, well, it doesn't hold your hand. Oh, so it can just do whatever it wants? That's insane. Hello, Arthur Lee Brown. What's up? But that's insane. That is insane. So, knowing all of this, do you think it's, and mind you, we did in fact see the tutorial, but if we didn't even see it, if we just watch this part, don't you think it probably makes more sense why the tutorial could have been difficult for people? If they do shit like this after the tutorial?
Don't think that you can listen through walls until you just happen to stumble outside in frustration and press the button and it works. There's many instances like that where you're like, is this bugged or is this a feature? Like, am I doing something wrong or is it bugged? And you don't really know because the bugs are so prevalent. It's really
Jesus
frustrating.
Christ.
And it's one of those instances where I think when the game fully launches, it won't be that big of a deal because some people might get frustrated and be like, I'm just going to look it up. They look it up and see, oh, I'm supposed to stand there.
No, see, okay, I'm so happy he said that. That is bad. If your game relies on other people looking at, also, he's also sweeping right here. If your game relies on other people doing things outside of your game to complete your game, that's bad design. I'm sorry. You're saying it won't be that big of a deal when it launches, not because they're going to patch it out, but because people will get frustrated and will just look up a video. What if they don't? What if they just say, this sucks, I'm refunding the game? What then? This is why you're supposed to do QA testing. This is why you're supposed to be debugging. Like, hey, this mission actually sucks because it's not intuitive. Maybe we should put glowing yellow paint, or maybe we should have something to let them know that they can do that. There has to have been a day one patch for this. Let me see. Crimson Desert patch. Patch notes, 6 hours ago. Okay, let's see what the patch notes say. A tutorial quest has been added at the start of the to help players learn more about Abyss Gears. Fix an issue where certain quests would not progress properly. Improve usability of certain systems and content, including housing mode. Fix issues with certain content that did not function as intended or incorrectly. Adjusted QTE difficulty when captured by enemies to gradually increase based on number of times captured. Removed bear's instant kill damage. What? What? Why does a bear have instant kill damage? Why does it have instant kill? Okay, fine. I haven't played this game, so I can't make a judgment, at least on that aspect. Fixed an issue where the number of Greyman comrades owned may be displayed as lower than what actual count is, or some comrades sometimes do not appear on the list. Insane. Lip syncing voice, improved dialogue voices. Fix an issue where the voice, dialogue, and subtitles do not match in meeting. Fix issues related to abnormal interactions. What does that mean? Made various performance and stability updates across PC and console, as well as crash issues. Known issues. Well, I want to see known issues. Known issues as of today. In certain situations, the abyss can be seen from the world below, resulting in slight drops in frame rate. That's not too bad. During the deferred advanced quest, retrying or abandoning the ultimate weapon fight when Blackstar's health is depleted causes Blackstar's health to not fully recover. Attempting to steal fruit at the back of a stall results in the character becoming unresponsive to controls. When receiving damage while holding a tree, the character can become stuck. Wait, what? During the Gregor the Halberd of Carnage boss fight, if a surrounding objects are destroyed at the same time the character dies, the character cannot revive and progress. That is insane. Under certain conditions, applied settings are not saved after restoring settings. While progressing through some quests, the next objective is not automatically tracked. Okay. Issues been identified where the game cannot be launched properly on the ROG outlets, whatever. Okay, so some of these are kind of normal. Some of these are insanely game breaking. If your character happens to die the same time objects are restored, you can't revive. What are the other flaws in this game? Holy shit. Hopefully they patch those out.
Error. Oh, okay. And then it's not a problem. For me, I spent like 20 minutes walking around this stupid building trying to find where I was supposed to stand to
Oh, you must be a games journalist, Luke. You spent 20 minutes, but you're not a real gamer? What, have you never played Sekiro? You never played Sekiro, Luke, where you're supposed to eavesdrop on the boy Kuro. I'm intentionally being a dick to highlight the fact that he acted like that to the other journalists who were having issues with the tutorial puzzle, which was terribly tutorialized. 20 minutes to figure out how to eavesdrop, bro? You played 60 hours of this game, bro.
Triggered the LB button press to progress through the quest. It was really annoying. In that same vein, there's also countless other systems that are introduced and then forgotten for hours upon hours upon hours, sometimes even dozens upon dozens of hours until you see them again. Whether you look at something like the eavesdrop system, which you use very, very rarely, or all of the countless systems built up around the settlement system. As you saw in some of the trailers, there is a settlement system where you can assign free swords to do things for local dignitaries or for faction leaders in certain areas of the map. You can basically tell two of your guys to go help build defense. You two go.
Man, that guy's setup goes hard. I will say, he does have a pretty good setup. He has a pretty good setup.
And defend the castle. You two go and deliver the grain or help them harvest this or that. And it gives you currency to upgrade your base, and it's something clearly for the end game. But there were numerous times where I would engage with one system for that settlement and then never touch it again for like 30 hours. So by the time I see it again, it's like I've played an entire AAA game in the space of time between when I used that system last. And that leads to situations where you're probably going to forget how certain things worked or how you're supposed to engage with certain things. It's an
that's bad design. That is bad design.
Artifact of the game being freaking massive and having so much going on, but it did happen many times where I'd be like, oh yeah, that was a thing. I could grab things and put them in this weird pot. I forgot about that. That was 40 hours of gameplay ago. And that will happen many, many times.
By the way, you guys, that's why if you played certain games, even open world games, after a while, they will still be tutorializing you. They'll still be like, hey, remember, you can do this. Because they also realize around this point of the game, you've been playing for 25, 30 hours, you probably forgot you can eavesdrop. Probably forgot you can store items later and use it for instant heal. You probably forgot these things. So we'll keep it up there. That's why they do that.
Because the game is just so massive and there's so much going on. I think this will also lead to situations in puzzles where people will forget that they have access to certain things that the puzzle may require of them. They may forget that you can tap RB and triangle to do a stab attack, which is actually how you engage with certain rotatable pillars for puzzles. Basically, there will be moments where you have a pillar and you need to stab it with your sword, and then it opens up the ability to rotate it. But if you don't happen to use that in combat, you may not realize that you can do that. And so you'll get to this puzzle and be like, how do I turn it? I don't know. And you'll just get frustrated. There's many things like that.
I'm going to sound like a broken record, but that's also bad. You know what most other games would do? They would have a little prompt right in front of the item and be like, press stab button to interact, or press the interact button to do this. Like, again, I really think what Pearl Abyss thought by saying it won't hold your hand is, we're going to tell you this thing one time and we're never going to bring it up ever again. You have to remember. Like, that's not good game design. Like, it's not good game design.
In addition, there are many times where you'll go through streaks of quests which are fantastic, really high effort, executed wonderfully. They have boss fights at the end, and they rival anything you see in other AAA open world games. But then you'll reach a quest that is so bafflingly terrible, it'll make you wonder if anybody playtested it at all within the studio at any point in development. Again, I'll point to that eavesdropping quest because I think it's a good example. And
there's how is a problem that Mutahar, I don't like Mutahar, but go off, talks about bloated open world full of hours and nothing. Yeah, I've also talked about that too. There are a lot of good game designs providing a manual and not explaining anything in the game. Good game design is having to download a completely separate file to understand what the game's called. But no, like, yeah, that's another thing too about games like this, right? I have a video that you guys should watch. I'm self-promoting on my channel. What a weird concept. But I have a video talking about that very concept of games going like, there's like 100 hours of content. This game has 3 times the size of the island of Manhattan. And then it's like, cool, but what's in there? If I have to go through 200 hours of stuff in order to get like 30, 40 hours of like primo shit, just make the game 30 or 40 hours long. Like, the length of a game has been tied to its price, and I think that's the wrong mentality to have. Because if I'm spending $60, $70 on a game, I don't need it to be 800 hours where you do the same shit, or it's super empty and it's surface level, but every once in a while there's a cool mission. That's just not how it works. Like, there's a reason why certain open world games are still limited in scope, but there's stuff to the gills of things to do, because the developers can spend time to make interesting storylines. Cyberpunk 2077, some of the most coolest missions you have are just you doing the random shit. Because even though it's a pretty big game, its scope is small enough where they can put interesting pockets of things all over the place. But what people keep doing is now just overstuffing shows. Like, this game is massive. It's huge. It's and what can you do? Oh, like 9 things. And we're just kind of rotate through those things. It's like, no, I want to, like, do you guys remember in GTA 4 where you could beat like the freaks in Liberty City? I like that. I like that you could just drive around and it's like, here's some weird person. And it's like 8 or 16 like NPCs that they made that specifically do those things. Then I'm like, that's great. Yes, exactly. The NCPD content, the Cyber Psycho quest, are just like picking up random odd jobs where it's you have to help Jesse Cox because his dick is on fire, or you know, the stuff with even though it's not really random because it happens while you're driving, the stuff with what's it called, like Dalman, where you have to find the other versions of his AI that are going rogue. Like, that's fun. That's fun. Random encounters in GTA, yeah. That's fun. But like, when games go, this game has 5,000 hours of claim, but you're going to need to play 300 hours to complete this game. I don't want to do that. And you want to know why? Because like the only game series that has successfully done that has been like The Witcher. Witcher 3 is impossibly large, not even including the DLC. But they've somehow managed to put a bunch of interesting, cool storylines that don't help with the main game, but still feel like you're a Witcher doing something. People don't know you can hang out with Franklin D. Roosevelt. You can hang out with FDR and Starfield. I'm gonna be completely honest, bro. I bounced off of Starfield. I can get back to it eventually, but I bounced off of that. But like, that's what I'm talking about, though. Like, when you have a more limited scope, you can put so much more cool shit in there. You could put like Skyrim, pretty big when it came out in terms of scope, right? But you could tell where the pockets of actual intent and design were versus like the procedurally generated like caves, right? Like, you could stumble upon some cool shit in Skyrim. That's what I love. But if you're gonna tell me there's like 800 hours of content, my eyes glaze over.
And I don't have to show you more than one quest, but that's one that is like bafflingly bad. Like I said, you have to eavesdrop on different targets to gain info about a local leader of a gang, and that gets you access to their underground bunker to progress the story. You talk to one individual guard that's outside of the bunker, and he's the one that decides whether or not you're allowed to go and speak to their boss. He basically has a key that opens a door, and the only way you can get the key is by convincing him you are to be trusted by gaining information from those eavesdropping targets. However, like, speaking with him is so bafflingly stupid. It's amazing. Like, serious, I have no idea if anybody at the studio tested it at all. It's shocking. Like, it's unreal. You talk to him and he'll have a series of...
So if I'm enjoying Crimson Desert, you like those, and that's fine. I'm also, look, I said before earlier in the stream, I also do want to play this game, but I think it's insane for someone, especially like Luke, to be somewhat surprised that people gave it a bad score when he's saying shit like this. You know what I mean? Like, he's saying like, yeah, the story is kind of The missions, some of them are fucking really hard and obtuse to understand. They drop mechanics 30 hours into it that you forgot about. Like, read the Dwarf Fortress patch notes. Oh, I have read those patch notes before. My friends told me about those.
Lines of dialogue. I won't get too specific for spoilers potential, but then you have the option and it prompts you, tell the truth or lie. About what? Tell the truth about what? Or lie about what? I don't know. You press the button. It doesn't tell you what Cliff said. It just goes, if you tell truth, he's like, okay, well, stay out of trouble. And then the dialogue ends and you're like, what? Okay. And if you lie, you can select lying with information you gathered while eavesdropping. So I guess you're lying by pretending that you know that stuff, I guess is what it's supposed to be. But at one point you'll tell him a lie and then he'll be like, okay, well, I still don't know if I can trust you. I'm not joking. He says, I need to get approval for this. Wait here, which I feel like in English indicates that he's going to leave. Wait here. I'm going to go see if I can get you approval to go meet the boss.
Yes, that sounds like true.
He doesn't leave. There's no state where he leaves. He stays there. I think at one point in the quest, design or in development, he was supposed to leave and go check with the boss and then come back and give you the thumbs up. But it doesn't happen now. I reloaded this multiple times and he just never leaves. It actually spawns an additional objective elsewhere in the village where you need to go and eavesdrop on those two ladies in the shed. That gives you the name of the gang boss so that you can come back and get approval to go down into the underground hideout. But
so that right there is just, it's fluff, right? You eavesdrop on the ladies to get information to take it to that guard, and then you have to go and eavesdrop again for them to tell you the name, and then to go back to the guard to get that's so stupid. That's bad quest design, which was a critique we saw in one of the Metacritic reviews. Oh, not Export, I'm so sorry, not that game. One of the critiques we saw was the probably one of like the low ones, right? They were talking about that. Like, yeah, the quest design sucks. Jake Baldino said the quest design sucks. Yeah, Insider Gaming. That brilliance is occasionally weighed down by an overabundance of unfocused systems, a weak narrative, and combat that struggle to maintain consistency. Scream Rant. There's also a lot of slogging around and meaningless fetch quests. Crimson Desert is demanding a complex RPG that can feel punishing and occasionally unfair, especially without constant progression. Yet it offers breathtaking open world, unmatched scale and depth. The reception will vary, wildly frustrating for some, but deeply rewarding for those willing to fully invest. Like, it's... What was one we were before? It was one that's like a 45, right? Well, they fucking hated it. Mission that feel like generic MMO tags. Like, that kind of feels like a generic MMO, if I'm being completely honest. At least from what he's talking about. Crimson Desert is an exercise in excess, and it's worse for it. If you believe more is always better and are so enraptured by world big that you're willing to overlook substantial glaring flaws, and there are many, you'll love Crimson Desert. Perhaps the most damning thing I can say about Crimson Desert is that it's an enormous game with a ton of content, and I spent most of my time with it wishing I was doing anything else. Oof. It started off as an MMO and they made it single player. That tracks. That makes so much sense now.
But if you listened to the NPC guard, you would think he's going to go and do something. So you would think it's bugged, and maybe it is. But this is the problem with like questing bugs, is that when they happen randomly, you don't know if you're encountering a bug or if something's working the way it's supposed to, and it's just bad. In this case, it's just bad. It's not bugged, it's just bad. And so there's going to be times where people run into this and like, what is going on? What am I supposed to do? And it's just unintuitive. But that's what's really bizarre about Crimson Desert, is you'll go from one quest that's phenomenally well executed, that has motion captured characters, voice acted scenes explaining everything, and it's executed very, very well. And then you'll run into something like this, which would be unacceptably bad even in a mobile game. And to be fair, these moments are not that common. I can think of probably like 3 or 4 off the top of my head throughout the first 60 hours of gameplay. But
that's not bad then.
Still a lot. You know, it's still more than you would hope for. In addition, the inventory system is incredibly difficult to navigate, with a flood of items in the early game that you don't actually need and that you can throw away. For example, when you pick up bounty notices, it keeps those in your inventory for some reason, and they take up a slot. Or in a quest, if you get handed a piece of paper or a poster or something, you just have to open it in your inventory, hold down left bumper to read it and to learn what it says, and then you can get rid of it. You can discard it and throw it away. The game never tells you that though. So players who just start the game from scratch will have an inventory filled with junk they can throw away and not realize it. In addition, at launch,
I'm going to say it again, you guys. That is bad game design. And the fact that you can do what he said and the game doesn't tell you, that is bad tutorialization. The game needs to tell you its mechanics. Thank you for stopping by, Arthur. Don't worry about it. But like, the game needs to tell you its mechanics. Now, there are some games that have like hidden mechanics that you can discover, but they at least tell you the base mechanics. The game doesn't even tell you you can get rid of items in your inventory. Like, how is that acceptable?
There's apparently no clear storage solution for players for them to like store excess goods or crafting materials that they want to use for their camp or settlement, or crafting materials for like armor and weapons. It's my understanding that they will be adding a storage locker or something for the player at some point after launch. It's just not going to be here at launch. But they did respond to the feedback from reviewers. We told them like, is there really no storage chest for us? Is there like no way to store things out?
And they're going to fix it. That's fine. That's fine. But just to tell you something, so the flaws start at 1307 and they end at 2236. There's almost 9 minutes of just straight flaw talk. His intro is what, from this to 5 minutes, and then from 5:45 to, so roughly 4 minutes of the map in the world, a minute of a production value. Combat goes from 10 minutes, 10:05 to 12. Endless possibilities from 12:21 to 12:59. The majority of his video on the game that he loves is dedicated to its flaws. I repeat, his video is 30 minutes and 48 seconds. Of that, the flaws start at 13, according to chapters, 1307.
There you go. However, this is where
1307. The flaws end at 2245. The majority of the video of the game that he loves is mostly dedicated to its flaws. Like, it has the most dedicated time to it. Like, obviously, if you add like the map in the world and production value, combat, that's add up to more. But if we just go by sections, the flaws eat up most of the time. Again, intro doesn't matter. He says he loves it. Intro, and then 5 minutes into it, map in the world. And then 9 minutes into it, production value. And then a minute into it, or less than a minute into it, combat. 2 minutes later, possibilities. A minute later, the flaws. And then 9 minutes later, he talks about something else besides the flaws. That's a crazy breakdown. That is a crazy breakdown. You can dedicate 9 solid minutes to the flaw. He didn't dedicate that much time to even his fucking closing thoughts. That's insane. Who is this? This is Luke Stevens. But that's insane. I'm sorry, that is insane. That is truly insane to me. If you're telling me this is the best game you've ever played, this game is remarkable, it's doing things we haven't done in games before, and then you dedicate 9 solid minutes of your 30-minute video about the flaws, you dedicate more time to that than any other section, How is that? I'm sorry. To me, this looks like you're not really objective. And I know you can only be so objective as a reviewer because this either you like it or you don't. But you're at the top of this video, he said he likes the game. He said, hell, he loves the game. Look, just in case you weren't here before, this is what he says immediately. Frame one.
I'm just going to cut straight to the chase. Crimson Desert is one of the most remarkable games I think I have ever played, and I absolutely adore it. At this point, more than 60 hours in, probably
10 seconds into the video, he says all that. 10 seconds in. And then, why is the production value get its own little section? Why is it's not even anything? Combat.
I don't know how they even got these running. Like, seriously, they will have hundreds and hundreds of enemies being simulated in real time, fighting against your allies who are also being simulated in real time. Like, I'm not joking when I say that some of the stuff they do in this game makes it look like other studios aren't even trying. It's ridiculous. You know, one of the common things that was said about Crimson Desert in the lead up to its launch was, this looks too good to be true. There's no way this is real. And that was a fair feeling to have, because up till this point, there really has not been a game that's been capable of doing all of these things in real time. But they're doing it. It's just built different, dude. It's crazy.
But you know what? That's fair. That's fair. And then we have flaws for 9 straight minutes. Mind you, this is what he said. He made it seem like in this tweet that the bugs and flaws were whatever. He's dedicated more time in the video to flaws than anything else. They're literally doing the same shit they accuse mainstream outlets are doing. Exactly. No, it is. It's true. It's true. That's what they're doing. And all this huge thing I've done about this thing is to highlight something that I have been talking about for, it feels like, forever now. Whenever there is a game that the cultural warriors have deemed to be woke or unacceptable, their immediate target, they do a full court press of harassment. They pocket watch. They're watching Steam charts. They're looking at Metacritics. They're doing all of that shit, right? They're doing the works. They're doing the works. But when that happens, not even the harassment, mind you, but when something critical is said about a game that they like, now it's a Darvo. Now it's actually, you don't like this game because you don't know how to play games, because you're a bad gamer, because you're a journalist. And not because the game has obvious flaws, like Luke himself mentioned for 9 straight minutes. Some of these flaws are literally game-breaking bugs where you cannot do quest progression. Like, that's insane. Some of this is from a game design standpoint where they don't introduce certain systems until way later, or they introduce the system early on in one form, like the eavesdropping, and then expect you to be able to completely do it in a different form that you didn't even know you had access to. Like, that's what I'm talking about. If this was Veilguard, they would have ripped it a new asshole. But because it's not, he has to solve him saying, well, you know, it's okay because gamers will just watch tutorial videos on how to do past this part. It's fine, not that big of a deal. It is a big deal. There are games that have better optimization, they have better tutorialization, and you ream them because you don't like the dialogue. But this game, well, it's not narrative focused. It's not the narrative's not the strongest, so it's okay, we give it a pass. Why does that get a pass? This isn't like Devil May Cry, which even then, the stories are pretty decent, Devil May Cry, but I'm not expecting Shakespeare, but like, there should still be a certain level within this genre that's acceptable, right? But again, all of these, and I'm not just talking just about Luke, I'm talking about just these people in general. All of their issues they have with game when it comes to woke shit completely evaporates when it's a game that they like. It's the same mentality as go woke, go broke, but Baldur's Gate, that's not woke because it didn't go broke. Oh, well, Elden Ring is not woke because it didn't go broke. Code Violet. Oh well, the developers were scummy, and that's why I didn't do it. It's a shitty game. The First Descendant. That's a game they championed. They don't talk about it anymore. They also don't talk about Code Violet. But they're always projecting and always deflecting. Like, it doesn't matter. This game for them was supposed to crush everything. Was supposed to be 90s, to be like, yeah, baby, wokeness is dead. And because it's not getting a 90 because there are some glaring flaws with the game, and the reviewers are being objective and mentioning the flaws of the game, they're like, oh, they're just hating it because they're not able to complete it. Like, it's such bullshit. They flip-flop on everything. It's like Stellar Blade all over again. No, this is the inverse of Stellar Blade, because they were saying that game journalists were going to hate Stellar Blade because it was woke and sexy. And then when Stellar Blade got like an 80, they were like, oh, they had to give it a good score, but they didn't want to. Because again, they come up with these narratives that all game journalists hate XY thing. All of them hate it. So if it does well, it's in spite of them because they have so much power. But then if a game that they supposedly love tanks, suddenly all that power the game journals had to force the game to be good goes away. Because then it becomes, see, wokeness is bad. Look, Ex Voto's about woke lesbian, look, and it's not getting good reviews. It's a bad game. Oh, but Crimson Desert's not getting good reviews. Well, that's because the journalists can't beat the game. Like, yes, they see game journals as a monolith. And I'm like, it's so annoying because anytime there's any sort of actual criticism to be had, they're not consistent. These are the most inconsistent people you will see. They will lambaste a game because it has poor facial animations, like Ex Voto, which, to be fair, some of the animations in Ex Voto are rough. But then when it happens in Crimson Desert, it's okay. It has a good business too. All right. Like, it's so annoying, dude. It's just so annoying. Like, they simply cannot be consistent. And you know what? Because I'm feeling in a mood now. Let's see Legacy Killer's video. I've never watched his content, so it should be interesting to see.
So for the last couple of weeks, we've been talking about Crimson Desert. The hype, the anticipation for this game has definitely reached extreme highs, especially with some of the latest stuff that...
The reason I think people already had positive deposition way before it was released is because of flashy combat and was being made by traditional AHC. True. And you know what? I will say this. As someone who, again, because I have to keep stating this, who will play this game, I will get this game, just not at fucking full price. At least not until they patch it out. I will get this game, but still, there is how do I put this? Games made outside of the West for like a subset of gamers are automatically superior to any Western game ever. Like, this game to them shits on Breath of the Wild, it shits on Elden Ring, it shits on, not Elden Ring, sorry, but it shits on Breath of the Wild, it shits on like Horizon, it shits on every open world game that ever happened in the West because it's not an Asian game. And I will give it to Pearl Abyss. I believe they're Korean developers. This is super ambitious. It is. It's super ambitious. And I love the fact that we're getting more diverse games. Korean interpretation of how an open world game would be. A Chinese do open world. Like, I like that. I like that. Breath of the Wild, that's why I recanted that. But like, at the same time, they think that these games are above criticism. These people, it's the same sort of like weeaboo fantasy where it's like Nihon, my magical special land that has no wokeness. There's no progressive over there. They're all what I imagine in my animes. Like, it's the same mindset. So whenever there's a game that comes from those countries, Asian countries, they treat them like they're gold. And if there's any criticism leveled towards them, It's because we're woke and we hate that they have sexy ladies or hot characters or we're not good gamers or whatever. Like, to them, there is no valid criticism to have against those games, which is stupid.
Has been shown about Crimson Desert. It's just packed with so much content, and that was abundantly clear with the PlayStation.
Also, I also hate the fact that like it just has so much content. Content's not necessarily good. Content just means there's stuff. I can pack a suitcase full of shit. Yeah, it's content in there.
Trailers and all kinds, like circuses. There's all kinds of different places to experience. You can learn like wrestling moves. It's just so much going on with this game. That's why the assessment so many people have had online was that this was going to be a generational experience, one of the best games of the year, or maybe of all time, taking on Grand Theft Auto 6, a Game of the Year contender, or it was going to be a total dud and one of the biggest disappointments in video game history. But what has happened is just not what I expected, and it seems like a lot of people. And it is that this Crimson Desert appears to be a giant mixed bag, which, you know, considering the hype that had been built up, I don't know how to feel about that. And I don't think I'm going to be able to have an assessment until I jump in. And even then, it seems like what from a lot of people are saying, this is not a game that you're going to be able to truly figure out, I guess, within a couple of hours. This is like a 100+ hour game, and it seems like people that have played extensive amounts of this game, their opinions have wildly changed as they continue to play it. So this is just a very unique beast. And the conversation online surrounding Crimson Desert just rather kind of baffling, especially some of the accusations and some of the directions this is going. But it shows a divide that has been going on for a while now, especially with these kind of the under the
This is a lot of preamble.
radar kind of come out of the middle of nowhere the last couple of months, giant experiences.
That's
What's happening with Crimson Desert really does remind me of Black Myth Wukong, which happened a couple of years ago. Just, you had opinions coming from journalists and mainstream outlets, and then you had opinions coming from gamers, just wildly different. And obviously, I'm not sure if that's exactly what's going to happen with Crimson Desert, but
Okay, it's wild. It's wild to mention Black Myth Wukong, because Black Myth Wukong was also well reviewed. Like 81. This is coming from journalists. User score 82. These are essentially the same scores. Like, it's so weird to me when people bring up Black Myth Wukong because they completely like memory hold it. Like, the whole thing of Black Myth Wukong, people said it was, I mean, a lot of gamers I know were like, it's a whatever game, you know? It's fine. There's some annoying parts, but it's not like, yeah, 8 out of 10 is probably a little too high, but 8 out of 10 is fine for the game, right? But again, like we talked about before, because it's coming from an Asian developer, the game should have gotten a 10 out of 10. If it didn't get 10 out of 10, it's because you guys are woke. What was the drama with Black Myth Wukong? The drama with Black Myth Wukong was there were people who erroneously thought that what's his face? Sweet Baby Inc. was extorting them. They thought that Sweet Baby Inc. was extorting Black Myth Wukong. Sweet Baby Inc. extortion saga in a nutshell. Allegedly, Game Science rejected the $7 million contract from Sweet Baby Inc. when being probed for DI consultation for their first ever video game. As a response to rejection of the services, an IGN journalist, Rebecca Valentine, dropped 3 separate hate pieces about the game, Game Science. Currently, Game Science is Science's company. However, these hit pieces contain maliciously mistranslated tweets that are meant to paint Game Science in a negative way. This is a clear smear campaign. And like, that never happened. That never happened. Right? Crimson Desert is buggy. It's already crashed once. Now the manga is messing up and not letting you change tabs. I mean, but this is what they thought. This is the controversy surrounding Black Myth Wukong. They thought that Game Science turned down a deal with Sweet Baby Inc., which is not the case. What happened was Rebecca Valentine did some reporting and found out that there was lots of like crude jokes or statements happening within game science, and she got someone who spoke Chinese to translate it, and then she read the translations, and then they took that as like, oh, you're trying to smear this company because they rejected Sweet Baby Inc. Because Sweet Baby Inc. was in the zeitgeist heavy at that time. So anytime they could perceive something being woke as like, you know, feminist doing something, they were like, oh, it's Sweet Baby Inc. But in reality, Sweet Baby Inc., of course, never extorted fucking game science, because why would they? Sweet Baby Inc. is a Canadian company with like 15 people. Where are they getting $7 million? You can't, a consulting company cannot extort another company because their whole practice hinges on other people using them. You can't force them to use you. But that's why that was the controversy. It wasn't about people saying the game was going to be bad. It's about these dumbass culture warriors trying to make literally everything about Sweet Baby Inc.
Kind of get the sense based on some of the early reviews that we have seen so far, that's the direction that this is going. So if you have not been keeping up, Crimson Desert debuted on OpenCritic and Metacritic. As you can see, it has an 80. That is not great. It's not bad.
What do you mean that's not great? What do you mean an 80 is not great? This is the shit I'm talking about. Like, these people are so obsessed with numbers that they think if they see anything below like 87, that the game is the worst game to ever come out. 80 is great. What are we doing here?
It's just not where I think expectations were. A lot of people thought it would be high 80s, and there's just wildly different opinions within these reviews. Like, just to showcase some of it, like we have this one coming from DualShockers. They say this is simply one of the biggest games I've ever played, with an astonishing amount of high quality content, an absurd amount of complex puzzles, and a world so gigantic that I still haven't come close to seeing everything after 100 hours of playtime. While the story isn't the best and some bosses seem downright unfair, those flaws do little to diminish Crimson Desert, an absolute marvel and one of the best open.
And again, we have people in the chat who were playing this game who were suffering through bugs and stuff. But this is also what I say too. Reviews are going to vary in general because reviews are through the lens of a person. One person from DualShocker can say this game is a 9.5 out of 10. Another person can say it's a 6.5 because there were too many game-breaking bugs that required me to reset and take me out of the immersion of the game. Someone can give it a 1 out of 10 to say this shit crashed every single time. Your mileage is going to vary. But if the aggregate score is like 80, that's still pretty good.
World games on the market, 9.5 out of 10. That is what you could call a glowing review. And then well played, this is just the flip side of it, a 5.5 out of 10, saying proving that looks aren't everything. Crimson Desert's stunning visuals and strong performances aren't enough to save it from being a disappointing experience. Jam-packed with content and systems that make it feel like a jack of all features, master of none, with an unenjoyable gameplay loop, Crimson Desert is really just a single-player MMORPG in all but name. Another review, again, this is another, I guess you could say, leaning more negative, 6 out of 10. As it stands on release, the best parts of Crimson Desert are buried deep under layers of absurdity.
We saw these ones already.
And then 9 out of 10 from CBR. Crimson Desert is everything.
But all of this, first off, you notice how all the people are talking about the size of the game? Like, it's big. It's the biggest title you've ever seen. It's so big. It's open. It's like, that's generic slop compliments, whatever. But here's how you're supposed to look at reviews. Take out the fact that one person, Mark O'Callaghan, loved this game, right? And then another person hated this game. That is how they felt about the game. Okay, take that out. What are they saying about the actual game? Are they hitting the same critiques? Is one person glossing over the fact that there are multiple game-breaking bugs? Is one person only focusing on that one mission that was really annoying, but they're not talking about the other good things it does? Like, that's how you look at a review. It's, okay, this person hated it. Why did they hate this game? What does the actual game give me? The person loved it. Why did they love this game? What is the actual game giving me? But too much I see too many times people are just focused on, oh, this person loved the game, so it must be good. It's like, that's not true. Like I've said in multiple videos, the experience you get out of a game is going to vary depending on what you're looking for. However, there should be some objective qualities in the game that you are reviewing. You can say the story, I don't really care about story, I'm more about action. That's great. But you need to tell me how the story goes. Is it well written? Is it well performed? I don't really care about the graphics. I just care about the gameplay. Awesome. But I need to know graphically, does it hold up? Is it good fidelity? Like, you can focus on certain things, but you're still going to tell us the core of things. And I feel like a lot of people, when they look at reviews, only look at like, this person said it's a 6 out of 10. Okay, but why? Why is it 6 out of 10? And did they say they didn't enjoy it? A lot of us have enjoyed 6 out of 10 and 7 out of 10 games. But we can recognize that, yeah, there's some definitely jank in there. There's some jank. Yeah, there's some missions that fucking drag. There's some missions that drag. They just do. This boss fight fucking sucks. It really does. But overall, I still had a really good time with it. 7 out of 10. There you go.
I hoped it would be, and it has the potential to be one of the biggest titles of this generation of gaming. So just wildly different assessments. And it doesn't appear that many of these reviewers are at the end credits because this game is just so giant. And it seems like it introduces so much, especially late game. But I think the assumptions and some of the things I even said in my last couple of videos have come true. The strengths of the game are very obvious. It is the combat, it is the open world, it's the scale and scope, and the weaknesses seem to be leaning in the narrative character direction. And obviously some of these outlets value those characteristics a little bit more over gameplay, and that obviously is one of those wildly... This has been a discussion for a while now about how important that should be. But anyway, before I ramble...
What? That's how reviews work, though. I just said that.
Off about that specific topic. If we go to the Metacritic page, which aggregates, well, it has aggregated even more review scores, 85 of them. It has a 78 out of 100, pretty similar to OpenCritic. And again, this is just the key thing that needs to be mentioned. We only have PC reviews. Actually, it's up to 94 now, but yeah. We only have PC, and that's because no console codes were given out. Obviously, we have seen console footage. It does look pretty impressive, but just one of those things that
that is strange that they didn't give everything for consoles.
Definitely needs to be noted. Now, you know, gamers and a lot of people have made the assessment that this game could be a Game of the Year contender taking on Grand Theft Auto 6. Obviously, I don't think it's going to be going in that direction anymore. Obviously,
straight up, it never was. And again, I say it to someone who wants to play this game. It was never going to contend with Grand Theft Auto 6. Come on now.
We'll see what happens later on this year, but it wasn't just the gaming world. The investing world was also thinking that this was the next big thing, the next big developer, the next big... well, this is what has happened. If you go to Market Watch, their stock has tanked after these reviews. It has fallen by 30%.
And we talked about that earlier, so we can skip that part.
You know, lengthy opinions about the complete experiences with Crimson Desert. But yeah, IGN, they published their own review of this game, and it's one of those, it's very interesting because I don't think that they've done this for like Bungie's Marathon, but they actually did score a review in progress, giving it a 6 out of 10. And they did say they have played 100. They've done
reviews in progress before, though. I don't know why you're specifically talking about Bungie. Why would Marathon require that? Marathon is an extraction shooter. It's not 100 hours of content in Marathon in terms of like the game itself. It's the replay value. But IGN does reviews in progress all the time. Like, it is reviews in progress all the time. I mean, I probably can't find it because those are probably taken down. But IGN does do reviews in progress. I've seen them do it a bunch of times. Anyone else hate the review in progress model? So yeah, they do that all the time. They started doing it around 5 to 10 years ago. They do that all the time. It's a review. What's up with IGN's reviews and progress articles 11 years ago? So they do this. Why would they do review and progress of fucking Marathon? That makes no sense. Why even mention Marathon?
10 hours of this game, and it was kind of scathing how they started off their review. And this is stirred up again some drama online. Crimson Desert feels like it was designed in the lab by someone who wanted to combine elements of all their favorite big budget action RPGs into the ultimate video game. It's got the open world adventuring of The Witcher 3, the slow horseback conversations of RDR2, the open-ended puzzles of Tears of the Kingdom, and do whatever you want dynamic world of something like Skyrim or GTA. And while it tries to smash all these things I love into one package, it ends up being a jack of all trades but a master of none. The adventuring and combat fall far short of the best open world RPGs. The dialogue, characters, and story are laughably bad. The puzzles are unintuitive and janky, and the reactivity of the world around you is underwhelming. And he does bring up a specific nasty.
Hold on. Even still, the fact that Crimson Desert's massive adventure attempts all these is impressive nonetheless. With such a large game review code arriving so close to launch, not to mention the substantial bugs that delayed my progress, I still have a little bit more to go before I roll credits and finalize this review, but there have been high highs and low lows across the 110 hours I've already played, as well as many moments where I stunned by the sheer magnitude of uneven world developer Pearl Abyss has created. That seems like a pretty fair assessment, though, right? Like, it's saying it's trying to be a bunch of the games, and it's a jack of all trades, master of none. That's kind of been the sentiment, though. We've seen that.
Bug that they experienced. I know that the Crimson Desert team has been very active like the last couple of days getting things ready for a day one patch, so hopefully we don't have to experience this, but they did mention a specific moment in which the worst bug came late in the main story when a vital quest step didn't register as I completed it, locking me out of progression entirely unless I reloaded a save file from 7 hours earlier. So
that's bad.
Maybe one of the reasons why they were okay with scoring this game ahead of time, even though that they basically admit they're not done with this game and there's still a lot.
It's a review in progress, though. Like, that's what, yeah.
A lot more to experience. We did have Kind of Funny Games. They published their review again.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Crimson Desert. This is a review in progress, right? Oh, there's so much they're writing here. Oh, holy shit. Not final. So as of right now, it's a 6 for them. But it's not final. So they're telling you it's not final.
And one that's not exactly the most positive
is the Crimson Desert review.
Crimson Desert would be my definition of a mediocre video game. I think it very clearly chases inspirations from everything you'd already know. It's Zelda Breath of the Wild. It's Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. It is Witcher. It is Assassin's Creed. It pales in comparison to all of those games.
That's not exactly the greatest thing you want to hear.
Sets its sights on
but it's true though,
goals,
right?
And just does not deliver on a gameplay side. By no means do I think it is a bad video game. In terms of, the pros, immediately I would toss out. It is a gorgeous open world. I don't think facial animations are good. I don't think lip syncs are good. But to focus on that.
Which, to be fair, they are making a patch specifically to focus on that. So he has a valid point there, too.
Would be ignoring how gorgeous this place is.
I mean, pretty much overwhelmingly negative, I would actually have to say, even though they're trying to paint it that, oh yeah, gorgeous open world. But like I said, just wildly different opinions that you
see. But I feel like what he's doing, he's like a legendary drops light, where like just little small moments where he's like, that's overwhelmingly negative. He said the game's mediocre, which means not that bad, not that good. It's mediocre, it's average. And then he tells you pros and cons. And he's just like, well, there's still a minute left in that video.
You're seeing online right now in regards to this game. Jake Baldino of Before You Buy saying Crimson Desert starts rough. I honestly dislike the first 8 hours. Once it opens up and you get more power plus abilities, it's a ton of fun. Gene Park of the Washington Post saying no Crimson Desert review from me yet. Exploration is incredible, but I dislike the combat quite a bit. It's not bad, but it plays like the Assassin's Creed RPG era of slashing a guy 5 to 6 times before doing a finisher with loose dodges and rolls and plastic feeling defense. And
so here's the thing though. If you like that shit, then you're like, oh hell yeah, I love the Assassin's Creed combat. And if you don't like it, then you're like, okay, this is a pass for me. That's how reviews work.
This was actually endorsed kind of by ACG, by Jeremy Penter, great reviewer, saying same. And
Yeah.
Gene Parks followed up by saying, it feels weak and unexciting. I don't look forward to any fights. This is probably the most positive. It's going kind of viral on social media right now. It comes from Luke Stevens. This is his opinion of the game, and it's just drastically different than the ones that we've gone over.
Crimson Desert is one of the most remarkable games I think I have ever played. At this point, more than 60 hours in. It's far from perfect, but I am so thoroughly impressed with it. I think its strengths far outweigh its weaknesses.
Like the game-breaking bugs. Honestly, now I think about it, him saying that statement makes me feel like, how many fucking games have you played? Like no? This is the most remarkable game you've ever played? Ever?
I'm not joking when I say that some of the stuff they do in this game makes it look like other studios aren't even trying. It's ridiculous. It is massive, it's complex, it's unapologetic in its lack of yellow paint and hand-holding, and it's filled.
And that specific fact right there, this has been brought up by actually a couple of different reviewers, saying that the reason, well, we're going to get to Luke Stevens' specific remarks, which have stirred up a lot of controversy, but other individuals have endorsed that perspective, saying that this game does not handhold, and that might be unappealing to some of these review outlets, and thus why they gave the scores that they did.
Filled to the brim with systems and ideas that keep you engaged for no doubt hundreds of hours. At this point, I'm not totally sure how long it's going to take me to roll credits, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's well over 120 hours
that's
based
insane.
on my current pace of progress.
Yeah,
Also,
that's insane.
I hate that shit. I'm not playing a game for fucking 120 hours. That's insane. Like, I have had that many hours in a game, but that's because of multiple playthroughs. Not like, no fucking way. One first shot, 120 hours? No.
But this is exactly what I'm talking about. I actually pointed out, I was talking about this on my Twitter account, follow me if you haven't already, but I talked about the fact that this could be one of those games that critics don't like it, but users love it. And Luke responded saying, I predicted after the preview that this is one that game journalists will loathe. There is zero hand-holding, and even at the preview event, I witnessed several journalists from big outlets getting stuck in the tutorial puzzle for 45 plus minutes. And my God, did his comments stir up a
And again, we've went over this quite in depth, but the tutorial is dog shit. It has some of the worst explanations. It gives you the wrong information, essentially. That's why it took a lot of people a lot of time to finish it, because it gave you terrible instruction.
Ton of controversy, people going after him with some of the stuff in his past and such, and many people just calling out YouTubers, period, and other games. It's a mess online right now. We did have Andy Cortez. I showed him from Kind of Funny Games, saying, none of my games media friends, coworkers have an issue with the lack of hand-holding. Seems like they just wanted compelling characters and an interesting narrative in addition to the cool systems. Come on, man, let's be better than the games journalists suck at games crowd. We had Gene Park responding to this, saying, I'm a journalist who covered crime and military and education and politics, and the zero hand-holding is the best part about Crimson Desert. It does feel like a classic CRPG realized in a dynamic and well-animated massive world with lots of weird interactions in towns. Jake Baldino saying, I like the no hand-holding, but I got stuck on the puzzles too because it sucked ass as a puzzle. Gene saying the tutorial sucks, LOL. And he further responded to somebody saying, I don't get the obsession with narrative and compelling characters. I love story games, but critics pick and choose when to forgive games without a story like platformer.
Why the Oh my God, dude. The average like Twitter reply person is so stupid. I don't get the obsession with narrative and compelling characters. I love story games, but critics pick and choose when to forgive games without story like platformers. Yeah, dude. You wanna dive into the story of fucking of like it's a platformer. What? You go platform to platform. Like, yeah, dude, I'm not expecting compelling characters from fucking Jack and Daxter. Maybe Jack too, but not like Jack and Daxter. Like, what are you talking about?
Gene saying, here's the thing about CD's issue, Crimson Deserts. Zelda don't have much of a story, true, but you have a goal at the start. That's your player motivation. With Red Dead 2, you have a lot of plot motivation, but the player motivation is to learn more about Arthur, a compelling character. Crimson Desert has none of that. It's like an MMO, which is where this game did start, except you can't even create your character. Here's this main, go play the game, that's all you get. And clearly it seems like a lot of outlets not meshing with this game so far based on the opinions being shared. Blaine Smith, another reviewer, saying,
also, I just thought about this, but again, the whole compelling thing, that you need someone compelling to get you through a game that's 120 hours. If it was like a 10-hour game, yeah, dude, you can be a wet blanket. It's fine. It's 10 hours. It's not that long. I can beat it in a day. 100+ hours. There's a reason why people love Geralt, right? Geralt is a compelling character. The decisions that he makes, the relationships that he has, like even you as the player, you're playing as Geralt. You're not necessarily like choosing for him. You have a list of options that he was weighing himself. Like he's an interesting character. He's a compelling character. That's why you can go through 100+ hours. You're not going through 100+ hours for like a fucking cardboard cutout, because now what you're relying on heavily is either the combat, which is a little more intensive, but even combat itself can't carry you through 100+ hours of a game, man. Especially an RPG. Like, it's an RPG. It's a role-playing game. You have to have a story and narrative.
Sat with dozens of content creators and journalists this last 2 weeks, again responding to Luke. Anyone who has completed Crimson Desert at this point is objectively good at video games. No guides, no tips and tricks, hard puzzles, difficult boss battles. And I guess I think he's trying to insinuate like the reviewers, which is journalists, they're very good at video games and pretty much going against this narrative that games journalists are bad. And another opinion we have here coming from Blue Thunder, another influencer, content creator. Again, it's another glowing review of the game.
It really is that good. And the first thing I wanted to show you was just the environments, man. Like,
so if anything, it looks like the content creators love the games, but the reviewers are actually a little bit more critical of the game, which tracks, because content creators, for the most part, not every single one, aren't super critical about shit. It's like, if am I having fun with the game? Yep, that's all that matters. There's no actual critique. Hold on. Oh, nothing important. Never mind. There's no actual critique, though.
look at this town. Look at the water. It's absolutely stunning. Of course, you can go all the way down here. We also have this location here, which, believe it or not, is actually one of the smaller towns in the game. Vast village down here. Big castle you can fully go on and explore and accept quests in. And then above the map are all of these sky islands that you can explore, and you can literally skydive right off the top of them.
Okay, not to be annoying, but you can literally do this in Tears of the Kingdom.
And everything you're seeing, literally everything, you can go and explore. This is
like it's just crazy how different these opinions are about Crimson Desert.
I played this 6 hours today. I'm enjoying the game, but yeah, the tutorial was obtuse and the controls are clunky. It's like high fidelity graphics, AC with even controls clunkier than Witcher 3.
Desert.
That's what I'm
feels
seeing
like
too.
This might be the most polarizing game of 2026. We'll see where things go, but that's a positive review. And then we have this one, a 4.5 out of 10, which says Crimson Desert, this is a Brazilian outlet, tries to be bigger than it should be, and in attempting to cram all sorts of mechanics into the gameplay, it ended up losing its way and becoming bland. It didn't even need to be said by the developers that it started as an MMO. This becomes crystal clear as you play. The main quest line is shameful, and all these different mechanics seem more like they were MMO classes they didn't know what to do with when the game became single player. It's a game as vast as the ocean, as deep as a puzzle. There are people in taste that can get some.
It says deep as a puddle. But yeah, and I think the thing too is, I am reading the chat also. I think the thing also too is like a lot of people are, and I could be wrong, but are getting caught up in the pretty graphics. Like, yes, from a technical standpoint, it is amazing what they're doing. I will never take that away from them. But much like how we were talking about the DLSS 5, sure, from a technical standpoint, that's great and all. But what does it add? Like, that's why I was so confused when Luke was like, this game's remarkable and it does things other games haven't done. And you're showing me shit that other games have done. Tears of the Kingdom, yeah, you can go to the Sky Islands and then parachute down to the ground. You can do that. Yeah, you can have in-depth, complex systems working together. Red Dead Redemption 2 did that. Now, did it combine all those things? No, which I guess I give credit to Crimson Desert. But a lot of reviews are saying it's kind of half-baked, though.
Some enjoyment out of the experience. Of that, I have no doubt. A fan of Valhalla or the chaos of Just Cause might find something fun in the various mechanics it offers, but that's the most Crimson Desert can really become. A Ubi-like that is often inferior to that games that Ubisoft itself helped to popularize. Not exactly, yeah. In the pros they give, they say graphics, freedom and exploration, cons, history, gameplay, feeling, fight, too shallow, uninteresting world. So, ouch. And that is one of the lowest reviews that is being aggregated into those scores. Just crazy seeing the very different opinions about this game. And the reviewer of this actually had to clarify on their Twitter account, saying, I played most of the time the right way and then did a few sessions with this bad way of playing just to see how far the game would let me go like that, precisely because I was feeling like I didn't need to do anything to win. And that's exactly my job, testing limits. And the post itself and the review, I say that the game gets bizarre spike in difficulty starting from its halfway point, and then also found it pretty bad with a few fights actually being enjoyable. And yeah, he goes on really clarifying why he gave the game the score that he.
I'm not afraid of giving a low score to something I really didn't like. If you're used to seeing a negative use of the 7, that's not on me. I paid 90 hours because it's my job. If you play too little, people complain. If you play too much, they complain. And I'll say it more. It's a 5. It's 5 points below only halfway. An almost mediocre game that gets a red score just by a little. Did you want me to give it a 7 to a game I didn't like? That won't happen here. Finally, I hope you guys enjoy it and get a better experience than I did. I got paid to give my opinion. The game's developers gave me the right to give my honest opinion. And that's what I did. If you like it, post some cool clips there because I will always love seeing people favorite their games. And to whoever is cussing me out, I won't respond. It doesn't faze me. Thanks to the friends who were worried. I hope you improve as a person in the future, or at least play as much as I play before you open your mouths to point your fingers. Again, this is a fine review. Like, people are not gonna like it. That's fine. And he gave it a 4.5 out of 10. If he's able to back up his points, he said a bad experience with it. Because again, what if he had one of those, as Luke said, those multiple game-breaking bugs on top of already not finding the combat that rewarding? That would also sour your experience with something.
I don't know. If you have to do multi-paragraphs explaining your score, not exactly, just a little bit of a yikes, I guess. But then we have another positive one from Forbes. I think Paul Tassi scored this 9.5 out of 10. I've never seen anything like this. He says, 100 hours into this game, I have never been bored. There's so many things to do, so many avenues of progression and questing and crafting and puzzles and boss hunting and territory takeovers, and the list just does not end. My itch to play has not been driven by this review.
Holy shit, I just saw that the stupid wizard grifter guy just put out a video called Video Games Aren't For Men Anymore. I don't know who the wizard guy is.
As I said, I knew I'd never finish in time, but because I just want to keep exploring Crimson Desert, I know I'm not alone, and speaking to other reviewers, I don't think more than 1 in 5 of the people who got codes will finish the main storyline. I think they got it like 2 to 3 weeks ago, which is just kind of insane. I wouldn't trust the judgment of anyone who has put less than 50 hours into the game, honestly. That may not even be enough, which, again, that's just insane. The amount of hours that it seems like people are really endorsing that you have to put into this game. And I'm
going to tell you something straight up. Once again, as a person who wants to play this game, to say that you have to play for 50 hours is not a good endorsement. That's longer than some fucking full games, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's like saying this TV series is really good, but it gets good past season 12. But you have to watch the first 11 seasons, otherwise you won't get what's happening. It's like, no. If it only gets good 50 hours in, if my opinion only matters 50 hours in, that's a fucking terrible sign, dude.
It's just so different. Joy Raptor, another content.
Okay, so but he's just going through people's. Is this whole video just going through?
This game might be one of the biggest open world single player story games ever. It seems like It's not often that we get 102-hour plus games like this.
Okay, this video honestly kind of boring. Is this how all his videos are like? Where he's just no, this can't be how all they're like. Amazon's about to ruin God of War. They're killing Steam. This is panic time. They're mad. This one nobody trusts Blizzard. This is over. Holy shit. Well, let's look at one of these videos.
Overwatch has to be one of the most fascinating stories in just video game history. Like, it dominates. But the Overwatch is getting it, not Overwatch 2 technically. The Reign of Talon that will unfold across 6 seasons. Blizzard says this is the first fully connected annual. So the Marvel Rivals has been the key hero shooter, which really has taken a massive spotlight in this market. But so far, though, yeah, the Overwatch comeback begins. That's what Eurogamer has in their headline. Player numbers leap on Steam ahead of tomorrow's Reign of Talon expansion release.
Here we go.
And they showed off this character beforehand. And the problem that the Overwatch fan base has is that the character that was shown in this trailer distinctly just doesn't look like what Blizzard cooked up. And as you can see, this is the Overwatch in-game design, and as this trailer shows,
this here is my sister. All right.
That is the design that was shown in the cinematic trailer months ago. And there's a couple of other moments where you see the character in action, having a conversation with her brother, as you can see.
Cool. There must have been a mistake. I'm not good enough. I don't deserve that.
You were invited to Overwatch, and you don't think you deserve it? You and me, sparring arena. You can't take
too long. You don't have to
and
show the whole
Phoenix
video.
Out. As you can see them just mocking the bland design and showing that this other tweet, another person, first time on genuine character, be different Overwatch characters of Blizzard wanting activity when these character designs come to be. And yeah, look at that.
Why is this video called No One Trusts Blizzard?
Well, the facial model here it's a mess. It needs some on Ron, and this sparked a lot of controversy. Overwatch actor calls out her hero's Ozempic chic look good. It just looks bland, and it looks like something we've seen many times. English voice actress. This is Faria. She is the voice of Onron in Overwatch. She is a content creator. I believe she's also a streamer, and she took to social media saying, "I held off on posting,
but I didn't want to myself." And
on an issue that was already gaining massive steam and taking it in a different direction that I don't quite understand. Yeah, the reminder, this is what the character originally looked like, and I understand this criticism especially. Because it doesn't look like this character. It doesn't. Challenging the beauty standard. But look, I don't know where some of these people have had their head under, you know, which mythological place they've been to. But the video game industry has gone through its phase of trying to challenge the standard. And what it has led to is a lot of games failing. And even Overwatch has experienced
there we
that in
go.
the past. It does matter to have appealing character design.
There it is. I knew I could sense the little bit of legendary drops in there. I knew I could sense it. I'm never wrong. I'm never wrong. My spider sense goes off for this shit. Like, they try to hide it. But I always catch on.
I think Marvel Rivals is a great example of that. And I do have a sense that's maybe why Overwatch even went with the initial design that they went with. Even though it is getting obviously this massive amount of criticism. But I just don't think the criticism is with the entire character. It really is just centered on the facial model. But this voice actress of this character does continue, and they do have a lot more to say.
Overwatch is a trailblazer at challenging that, right? Of trying to break those molds, of trying to explore the bounds of what it means to be good, what it looks like to be heroic. And I think the result we got says something else. It says something that leaves a bad taste in our mouths. It's not the bold, optimistic swing that we know Overwatch to make, and it's a look.
I just, that statement alone, like, what does that mean? I mean, this is a character design. It looked bland. I feel like we're adding a lot of extra to something that doesn't need that.
What are you talking about? Jesus Christ. All right, let me break it down for you. What she means is Overwatch has been accused of same face syndrome for a long time. Each new character, when they reveal them, looks like a previous character. That's why in this very video, you showcased this.
That's why you can understand why so much of the Overwatch fan base is wanting more from Blizzard at this point. And yeah, I think this is like 5 different designs. There's Tracer. It all looks exactly alike.
That's what she's talking about. She's talking about how Overwatch was a trailblazer. They had different types of designs, but then they all settled in everyone has the same face. And then they showed you, and this also happened with Ashe. Ashe's original design was something completely different, right? Overwatch. Why couldn't they use the original design for Ashe? That's a good question. Continue supporting us, whatever. So look how different Ashe looked. You could have like a Black Widow looking Ashe. You had a cool looking Ashe right here. You had this Ashe people loved. This one was pretty cool, right? And instead, you got the same. I do prefer Ashe's current clothing, but we could have finally gotten something similar to Carmen Sandiego. We literally have this. We're literally supposed to have this badass on a gang who steals shit and she wears a hat. If they just gave her dark hair and tan, the skin would have been perfect. One concept design they rejected because it was apparently too similar to Reaper and how it would look like a witch hunter or something like that. But I also read somewhere that they didn't like her being too similar to McCree. But like, and this was one of the ones that started it, right? And then it continued on and on and on and on and on. But the whole point she's making here is that Overwatch used to have more diversity in their characters. And now they're all this almost similar build, same face, whatever. You have few exceptions like Zarya, and then you have I guess Venture now, but those are far and few between. And maybe Mora. But other than that, for the women characters, they had a pretty consistent appearance. And then they introduced one that looked different. And they said, actually, let's give them the same face as the other people.
It's this tightrope in my mind of trying to honor the community and everyone's criticisms because I agree. And what it means to be good.
Jules really complaining about.
Growing with her personality, right? She looks like the younger sibling. She looks more docile somehow as the
interesting way to describe the character. But I guess you could make that as an argument that the character looks like, especially within that cinematic, she does look like an older sister, and I think that's what the character actually is. And in this instance, in the actual character design that Overwatch cooked up, she does look smaller, but I don't think that's the complaint here. Or maybe I'm completely off, but
you are completely off.
You guys can let me know down in the comment section below if I'm completely off with this take.
Fire hero. She looks more docile than the most docile peacekeeping support in the game. And I've been seeing everyone's redesigns and quietly bookmarking them. But I wanted you to hear that this
divisive topic when it comes to this.
It's possible to not hold anything back. Overwatch is not an exploration of what the world is. It's an exploration on what the world could be.
Interesting. Interesting take that has been met to a lot of reactions. And this, like I said, this did lead the charge in getting Blizzard to actually act and change the character, which they announced. We'll talk about that a little later in the video. But yeah, this got 30,000 likes here on Twitter. On TikTok, I believe it also had like 90,000 upvotes and such. So
who cares?
This reactions. This is a positive one, saying there is implicit pressure once you're in major IP to champion it, come what may. And while I've gotten comfortable over the years discussing the issues facing Apex, it's never without some nerves. Faria expresses this so beautifully and with such sensitivity. What a rock star. Another individual saying, holy shit, dude, you're braver than I ever could be. I commend you, and I started to be more like you, as we all should be. And then there, like I said, it's a mixed bag here with reactions. Seriously, man, why only English voice actual actor who I believe, yeah, they've acted in Black Desert, Battlefield 6, Warhammer, and they called them out directly.
I can't imagine it being so entitled as to complain about my character looks and demand the developer alter it to my publications. That's not what happened. These people are so dumb.
Directly saying, I'm a voice actor and I can't imagine
Wait, what?
Battlefield 6 Warhammer, and they called them out directly saying, I'm a voice actor and I can't imagine ever being so entitled at peak narcissism. Another account, Savvy, she really went after, saying the voice actor gets
Madam Savvy, you can
skip,
skip, you can skip, you can skip,
being hot or thin, and this is her responding directly to Savvy here, and she goes further saying, instead of giving her a more characteristic and unique face design like on the left, they gave her the same face 5 other characters already have on the right. No one is saying she should be ugly. I will disagree slightly here. I really do understand what Savvy's trying to point out. It's the fact that the video doesn't really just make this only like this sole argument. If it was that the character's design is bland, it needs a lot more characteristics, I could understand that, but the video really puts an emphasis on the whole character design, and calling out their own employer is just an interesting choice in of itself.
That's such a bad interpretation of her video, though.
To voice an opinion long held by the community about an ongoing issue to actively make the game better and the fans happy. You're terrible, cringe, bro. Go back to California. Obviously, it's sarcastic if it's not that's not clear. LOL, this is refreshing after all the bot posts have been power washing, and like I said, there has been criticism. Dude, don't check her replies. And then she says, I think a brand of incels plan to do this.
I think a band of okay, bro, your readings gotta pick up. I'm sorry. If this is all you do, you gotta read this shit.
It's one that stems from patriarchy and power taken through violent means. And somebody saying Blizzard, when they realized they just hired an online activist to voice their new character, and she's out there on a soapbox talking mad crap about their game instead of simply promoting her. And she says, it's going to be okay, kitten, I promise. And there's many, many more responses. She really has been, I think she's been blocking a lot of people too that have been calling out her.
Yeah, what does that matter?
I genuinely think the criticism really is just with the facial model. I don't think it really has anything else to do with the design, but regardless of what your opinion.
The facial model is the design. Like, why is he not understanding that? Why is he not understanding that? If I create a character and their face looks one way, and then I'm like, I don't like the design of this character. That includes the face. It's the face. It's the clothes. It's everything. But she's talking about the face. That's what she said, the Ozempic chic thing, right? Like, you can make her like she used to look. That's the design, including the face. That's the face. You can't separate that.
Opinion is on it. Blizzard did act. Onron's face may be updated in Overwatch. Blizzard allegedly confirmed to another creator, Warn TV, that it's on their radar, while noting it would take some time and it won't be ready before her official release. And then we actually got about the entire character design.
Also, okay, this is boring. I don't. I guess there's a reason why I don't watch stuff like this, because I mean, he doesn't really even add his own opinion to things, though, right? He's just like, interesting, okay, and then this happens. Like, what is your actual opinion on this? What is your actual opinion on this? Like, Decembro said that Ex Voto was the worst game of 2026, an hour and 37 minutes. You cannot call Ex Voto the worst game of 2026 when Code Violet exists. Like, that's just your bias, bro. That's why no one should take you seriously. He's a Twitter recap channel. I guess. I thought I was a Twitter recap channel, but holy shit. I at least like give my like my opinions, man, and like analyze. He steadily implies his opinion. Yeah, I can tell what his opinions are. Like, that's why I say he's legendary drop light, right? Because you heard it when he was talking about the attractive game characters. Like, here we go. There you go. The fact that you hear someone talking about changing the character's look and your brain goes, well, we should have attractive people in games. Vera Dark's not Twitter recap. Vera Dark is talking about her own Twitter and her friend's Twitter. He goes on both sides of Twitter. And then there's me. I go on Twitter and then I use that as a launching pad to talk about other things. But holy shit, dude. That is Oh my god. I feel like I have learned so much today. Like I feel like I've learned so much today. I've spoken so much. I I actually spoke. Oh my god. I spoke about everything I wanted to say. He's waffling, honestly, doesn't know how to actually say it without sounding cringe, but sounds cringe anyways. I think it's more of like a I don't have a strong opinion about anything, but I can just sit here and talk about things and let people like fill the gaps in for me. So I'll just do that. That's what I think this is. That's what I think it is. It's just like a oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, you're doing this? Interesting. I don't really understand what they're trying to say, but chat, let me know in the comments. Like, interesting. Like, I don't know. I I prefer to listen to people, even if I don't agree with them, which is most of my content, that at least have like an opinion on something and aren't just reading other people's opinion and going, that's crazy. That's crazy. Look at this review. Look at this review. That's crazy. Look at these, and it's just basic shit. It's like, look at these different reviewers having a different review. Insane. Wild. Oh. Holy shit. Look at this, though. Look at this. The hidden one. If Pearl of Business Goers make Cliff the least interesting protagonist in gaming, then fair enough because they did just that. Shut the F up, inward. You still got your $70 inward again. Yeah, sorry, it's not a he, she, black, trans, lesbian. Just say the N word, salty. It's not that salty. That is not an N word. What the fuck? If he was a woman, y'all be upset. There's actual women in this game too, but whatever. But I love how I love gamers like this so much. They're the most sensitive people on the planet. He just said this character is fucking the least interesting protagonist they played as. Just their opinion. And they're like, whatever, N word. It's like, all right, dude. Like hard R. Like it's over a video game. Over a video game. That's insane to me. To do all that shit over a video game. And people are now upset about that one guy who gave it a 4 out of 10. Like it's oh man. I'm telling you, these people are so sensitive. They're so sensitive. Like it's so sensitive. Anger is my only personality trait, and I must scheme slurs. Why are people blocking me? But look at this. Oh, this is gonna be hard to read. I can read this to you though. Someone wrote, what would you say it's bullshit? Seriously, asking by the way, LOL, like bugs, crashes, and stuff like that, because I can usually tolerate that. For me, bullshit is in the context is getting to a boss fight, not having enough healing to deal with a 3-phase fight, having to go back to the nearest teleporter to town, which for whatever reason is not in the town, and instead of just buying good healing pots, I have to instead go to the end, get the 3 or 4 ready-made meals that they have in stock, go to the butcher, buy out the whole stock of meat, go to the grocer, buy a bunch of ingredients, use all those ingredients to make maybe 2 or 3 good health restoring meals. And if I feel that's enough, then I teleport back to the nearest waypoint to the boss, assuming I found one, which is usually another 5 to 10 minute trek. Watch all of the cutscenes for the boss again. There's no skip, only barely sped up, and hope what I bought was enough. Because if it's not, then I have to go looking for packs of animals to hunt. They're not marked on the map, so I have to rely on either my own markers or just aimlessly wander to find them, or go to another town and repeat the above process. But maybe I'll realize the problem isn't my healing, but rather that my gear needs some refining. Then I have to search aimlessly for ore for my weapon, timber for my bow, and a variety of other materials for armor, rings, etc. Then I have to take all that to the blacksmith, watch and skip the refining cutscene for each item, then go back and try the boss again. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, that sounds like hell, dude. That sounds like hell. Oh, no subscriber. Yeah, the protagonist of Crimson Desert was a big reason for me not being super interested. He looks super generic. What happened? What about the slurs? It was just someone. Yeah, he'll tell you. But the more I'm reading about this, the more I'm probably gonna wait for this game goes on like sale or something, because I don't wanna. I don't wanna like invest into it at this point. The stocks are not that high to invest in this point. Not that high. Also, there's a clip going around. This guy's going, there's no way you get this game 4.5, and he's just showing a clip of him walking through town. Like, again, I think people are really like truly, I think we're truly in the age of just look at the graphics. Like, just look at the graphics. Like he's losing his mind over this. Oh, another content creator over this though. This is every Assassin's Creed game in the last 10 years. Except for there's giants here. Oh, this clip is stuttering. But he's like going like, whoa, this is... In no freaking world is a game with this much attention to detail and ambition. Ambition alone is not enough. Ambition alone is not enough. And it's like, if people are telling you graphics don't make a game, it's not about visuals alone. The possibilities are insane. Possibilities also don't make a game. I need to know what's actually in the game. I've never played anything like it. So I'm sorry, like, do people not play other video games? Like, I don't understand. There's no way, potential man meme, we are not slending Megami here, all right? But there's no way that this game does something so dramatically different that it's this transformative game. Like, it's definitely just a combination of other games, which is fine. But why are we acting like this is like the game made from God? You need this controller to play. Bro, this is graphics. We will see if you cover this 3 weeks from now, and that's the real test. These are bots. Played almost 5 hours straight. It's all engrossing. It doesn't hold your hand. They all have to mention it doesn't hold your hand. Like, everyone who likes it saying it doesn't hold your hand. Like, holy shit. What's unique about this? Open world games have had NPCs going about their day for nearly 2 decades now. Will be Double Crimson Desert landed solidly on half the things it promised, but I suspect the game is going to be some combination of empty, non-engaging, and unoptimized. True, but the controls are so bad, I want to like it, but dads have limited time in the day for freedom. The graphics only look good while you're squinting and looking from afar. The clipping in this game is beyond laughable in 2026. We're in a culture war. Luggers are going to rate games that are heteronormative poorly. What the fuck? Close to 6. Details and graphics do not matter. It doesn't respect your time. The story is bland and the characters aren't interesting so far. It doesn't matter if there's lots to do when you're doing it, it's not interesting. Look at this. I played this for a few hours, just took us break and just did the first Abyss mission. It's a great game. I can see myself getting lost in the game. Unfortunately, it's crashed hard on me 3 times. Very annoying, but otherwise runs perfectly on Pro. how just because the game looks good doesn't mean it's not boring and lifeless. Like, how are you saying this game hard crashed on you 3 times, but otherwise it runs perfectly? It doesn't run perfectly. It doesn't run perfectly. Like, what? Yeah, my dog's well trained, except for the fact that he will shit on any couch and he bites people. Then your dog's not well trained. Like, right? Again, that's what I'm saying. Like, again, I feel like we are currently experiencing what I was saying earlier, where because this is made from like a non-traditional developer, right? Like it's a Korean developer doing a big game, that everything that they do is like, ooh, wowzers. Like, oh my god, they have NPCs on the schedule in here, and look at the graphics. There are games that are graphically phenomenal but are boring. Like, graphics are not the end all be all. I thought we would have learned this lesson years ago. Graphics are not the end all be all. But apparently that lesson has yet to be learned. Apparently we are still doing this. We are still doing the graphics are good till the game is good. And again, like I keep saying, I want to play this game. I'm going to play this game. But people need to start being realistic about shit. To me, it's the same thing when people look at like a AAA game, or sorry, a AA game, and be like, this is the worst piece of shit I've ever played. It's like, buddy, it's a AA game. This is the first time doing it. Like, you have more grace for a AAA game that just has good graphics, but a game is trying to tell them a personal story. Like, this is like dog shit. This is awful. It's gay and woke and stuff. But this game that does what a billion other games do, it's this is generational. Because the graphics look good. It's bad game, but bad game Korea. And again, I'm not saying the game's bad. I'm just saying, like, people are losing their fucking minds, and I feel like this is like it's doing too much now. It reeks of doing too much. You're doing a little too much. And like I've also said, remember all those times people say shit like, "Oh my god, I'm tired of open world games, open world fatigue, open world fatigue." I made a tweet about that. Gamers do not have genre fatigue. They don't. They do not have genre fatigue. What they have is fatigue of playing bad games. Like that's what the thing is. If the game doesn't interest you, then you don't like it. Then it's bad and it's woke and it's terrible. Then you see people saying, "Oh, Souls like fatigue, Souls like fatigue, Souls like fatigue. I have Souls like fatigue," and then they play Liza P. Oh my god, Liza P is so fucking peak. It's so awesome. It is, but you just told me you had Souls like fatigue. You just said you can't deal with another open world game, and you are glazing the most openest, worldiest game in Crimson Desert, which you can do. But quit telling me, quit saying that you are tired of these things. You're not. You're not tired of any of this shit. You just don't resonate with some games. So you think it's indicative of the entire genre, which is never true though. Like they're never right. Then they play Night Rain and actual asset flip. Exactly. And they'll be like, this game's amazing. And it probably is well done, even if asset flip is well done and well received. But then when another game does that and it's not good, then they go, well, yeah, it's because we all hate women. We shouldn't have women. We shouldn't have women creators and women in video games because women make bad games. And then when it does do well, it's like, oh, this game is transcendent. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Like, I guess maybe my problem is I look at big picture too much. Where, like, if a game, like the way that they're talking about Crimson Desert, this game better do my taxes. Like, this game better be like, it does nothing like other games have done, which is impossible because it's a combination of multiple systems happening at once. The most you can say in that regard is it's able to handle multiple systems at once. So from, again, a technical aspect, it's amazing, but how does that work in the game? If this is the best game you've ever played and it has a shit story, like, put it this way, is Crimson Desert better than Witcher 3? That's the only like comparable game I could think of. Is it better than Witcher 3? Better combat, better story, better quest, better performances? Like, because if it's not better than Witcher 3, then it can't be the best game ever to ever be made. Just can't be. But the way they are fucking glazing this game, oh my god, dude. Luckily for me, when I'm interested in something, I don't really give a shit about other people's opinions. But if I was giving a shit about other people's opinions, I would not play this game. Because Paul Tasky said I need to take 50 hours to have a valid take. Everyone else is saying, Jake Bandito is saying, it takes 8 hours for the game to get interesting. Oh, wait, look at this shit. Look at this. They added fast travel point in town with the day one patch. LOL. Oh my god. The game you were all playing is not the one we did pre-release. Gene, I'm honestly so over how childish gaming discourse has become. Gene, me too. Me too, Gene. Like, I like Lance, but man, sometimes his parents are incredibly jaded and it's a little hard to read. Game is great, not a masterpiece, but I'm having a blast. I'm so overrated. I just look at a couple of trusted journals and go up my gut nowadays. Why do you need to look at journals? Just go with your gut. Like, this is so crazy. This is so crazy to me. Like, the Gene's right though. My mutual Gene, my boy Gene, he's right. The discourse is awful, and you guys know that. You see what I do. Uh-oh. Sun Jip Woo said he's not for this game and he's black. You know what that means? People are going to be mean to him. You spent 2 hours on a nearly 120-hour game. Yeah, dude, that doesn't matter. You need to play longer 2 hours, which proves the onboarding is a good fact. I'm having a blast. I don't know what you people are smoking. Like, like I don't like. Am I the only one who understands the purpose of a review? Like, am I? I don't get it. 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 If you read a review and it's like, hey, you need to get 90 hours in the game before it gets good. If you were the kind of person who's like, I love spending 90 hours in the game, it's up your alley. And if you're not, then you don't play it. Like, it's so weird to me. It's so weird to me that people are acting as if like reviews aren't like subjective in the sense, and it's up to you. They just tell you what's in it. And if they're good, they can tell you the flaws of it too. But a lot of people don't do that. You thought it hit 8 hours? Yeah, no. Paul Tassi said in his review that like he won't trust anyone that doesn't have like at least 50 hours in the game. And then Jake Bondino said he struggled the first 8 hours, but once he got more powers, it opened up and he had fun. Ooh, this is a banger from Dead Domain. The thing people call Crimson Desert is ambitious, But there's no such thing as an ambitious open world game anymore. You're just stealing ideas perfected by others and making them bigger and shinier. That's not ambitious. That's complacent. Like Dragon's Dogma 2 was ambitious. And that's nothing too. This is thank you, Dead Domain. This is a good point. When people say something is ambitious, right? They're sort of using that as, I would say, a little bit of sweeping, but mostly as just like a generic statement to qualify, like, oh, well, if the game's not good, well, it has a lot of ambition. All games have ambition. And I know what they mean by ambition is trying to do multiple things or doing things that other people haven't done. But there's a reason why other people haven't done it. It's either very, very hard to do, you have to be very, very talented and lucky, or it's not worth the effort of doing. Dragon's Dogmas 2 was very ambitious in the way it presented its game. How it's basically 2 games in one game, where you could accidentally not actually play the whole game. Because once you get to an ending, you might not know there's actually the beginning of actually Dragon's Dogma, like 30, 40 hours into the game. That's very ambitious. You're playing with the narrative structure of a game and expectations, right? People could completely miss the fact that the real game starts at like the 50-hour mark. That's ambitious. Throwing a bunch of systems into a game is also ambitious, but not in the same vein. Because even when I'm seeing these reviews, the game doesn't actually manage to keep these systems up, because, like you saw in the Luke Stevens video, you forget half the shit because you use it so sparingly. That's not systems working together. Now, there's some technical systems like the CPU, how you're able to have all those characters on screen and they're engaging in combat. Sure, that's fine. But like the fact that the tutorial needed videos to be explained outside the game, that's not good. It's ambitious to use a control scheme like that in order to do things that other games did simply. I'm gonna be real. Luke Stevens is a hack. Yeah, I'm not his biggest fan, but I'm saying, but in that particular video, he was talking about the flaws. Well, for that particular portion, I watched the video, but like, to me, ultimately, if you're gonna say this game is like the best game ever, then it has to, it has to do shit that other games decades ago have already figured out. Like, there's a reason why. There's a reason why games do context sensitivity when it comes to like button impresses, right? Like if you walk by an object and it says like triangle, they do that because they want you to interact with it. By removing that, for an example, because I do not know if it happens in the game, but if you remove that, that's not because, oh, we don't hold your hand. You're making this needlessly complicated. Like, again, as Luke highlighted in that part of the video we watched, just to do a fucking eavesdropping thing, they tutorialized it in the wrong way, because you're supposed to, according to when you tutorialize it, you can just like sneak by and be near someone, you lean up against the wall and you can hear them. But then when they wanted you to do it a third time in the game, you weren't supposed to lean up against the wall. You're supposed to go on the back and like break some shit and then get next to an open crack and then lean against it. Like, that's not intuitive. Like, it's not. Like, it's not. And I'm just like, I'm tired of people acting like everything is like baby simple, and if you don't get it, it's because you're stupid. Like, no. Like, it's sometimes the game just doesn't do things well. You know, like, it just happens. No way. This is the oh my god. This is also the show I'm talking about. Look at this. Look at this. The team is doing its best to address bugs as they arise, but in a game this big, it's hard to imagine it will be able to squash them all anytime soon. As for the LGBTQ representation, the game is very lacking. I've yet to see any NPCs or even main characters to be diverse and inclusive, which is the shame. This is photoshopped. This is fake. There are people faking the IGN in progress review. Why? Because they like this game and IGN gave it a 6 so far, not final. Like, this isn't even. Like, we're literally here. It's a couple of paragraphs. There's nothing here. Thank you for the follow. There's nothing here that talks about the LGBTQ. Like, it's not here. This is the section, right? This is the section. This is all that happens here. And they Photoshop this. That's not even what. Look, the team is doing its best to address it, right? And then this part is I played over 110 hours of Crimson Desert, and already feels like I've just seen about all there is to see. But until I complete the main story and explore whatever secrets the in-game holds, I'm not ready to stamp a final score onto its ambitious yet flawed RPG quite yet. So far, the highs have been high and the lows have been very low, which is made for an amusing adventure that's also difficult to recommend outright. I'm looking forward to seeing how the story wraps up, though I'm not expecting much from it at this point, and what the post-game experience looks like. I should be ready with the final review in the coming days. That is what this says. This fucking says, as for LGBT plus, like they're photoshopping. They're photoshopping. They're photoshopping. And their justification is IGN gave Slopguard 9 out of 10. Amazing. 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 We're just photoshopping. We're just fucking photoshopping. We're fucking photoshopping made up things. Like, amazing. All this over a video game. All this over a video game. It is insane to me. It's insane to me. It isn't like I Jesus Christ. All of this because they like the game. Like, it's so fucking. Didn't Asmongold like that game too? What game? Vilgard? I don't think you played Vilgard. But like, this is a video game. Yeah, I don't think he played Vilgard. He did? Oh, I have no idea then. Like, this is so fucking. I just saw a clip of DSP playing this game, which is kind of funny. This is someone called Noko Puffs. 5 hours in the Crimson Desert, I don't know how to feel. There's no real story. The gameplay is so far a hack and slash with nice graphics. It's like Assassin's Creed plus The Witcher, with the main character being Jon Snow from Game of Thrones. I mean, literally, the plot is just Jon Snow. First, you die, you get revived, you fight in the north and resemble wolves. You get guided by a white crow and end up getting a black crow flight ability. And the literal first boss you fight is King Joffrey with the Lannister pen. And then there's people punching women in the game and saying that's great. Okay, yeah. All right. Well, you know what? I think we're done streaming for today. I think we've had a lot of streaming today, and I gotta get ready for tomorrow, because tomorrow I'm streaming probably around noon, 1 o'clock, and we're gonna do Life is Strange. I'm gonna try to finish Life is Strange. So we are done. We're done today. Thank you everyone for stopping by. Thank you everyone for following. Thank you everyone for just legitimately just supporting and listening to why I yap on and on and on and on and on and on and on. It is midnight basically, so you know what time it is. But tomorrow, again, I will be streaming and I will be playing Life is Strange. So if you can't catch it live, I'll be playing for like hours tomorrow, which is why I gotta rest up now. Thank you all for joining, and I will see you next time.